Hello, everybody. Welcome to Sprint. Woo!
Casually dancing while we wait.
Yeah. We're going to be reading Chouette today, which
Oh,
Richie's
I'm
been
not ready. Oh, God.
for years. So that's pretty fun and fresh. So, yeah, exciting.
Can we begin this sprint by me just being vulnerable and honest for a second here?
Yeah.
As you both could probably tell from the text that I sent you at 3:30 a.m. on this fine, lovely day, I woke up this morning and had to drive my sister to the airport and then turn around and I came home and then I got dressed and then I went and then I worked a full shift and now I'm here and I'm sick, but I'm not on any cold medicine right now because I was so scared I was going to fall asleep. So I am out of my mind. So I just want to give everybody an idea of the space I'm in. So if I start running my mouth, cut the cameras, dead ass. I'm just gone.
Richie really said, I'm bringing a peculiar sick energy to the function. Understood.
Committed. I love it.
I bring a deeply unwell energy to the function that the booktubers really can't handle, and that's just where I'm at today. But the rat tail is braided. I really came up for y'all today.
We got the braided rat tail. We got the cold. We got.
Yeah, no, you did fully text, which it's hilarious. You fully texted 2:30 my time.
Yeah.
In the morning. Yeah. I went to bed 30 minutes before you texted. We had character creation night for our new RPG. Kimberly went to bed at like 2:15, and then you texted not long after.
Yeah, it was, to be fair, it was 4:30 my time, but also, to be fair, I was at the airport when I texted you, so I had already been up.
I had to do that last Wednesday when I had to drop him off, and he's like, yeah, my flight's at 5 a.m. If you just take me like 4:30, I'm like, cool, let's do that. We get there, I drop him off, I go home. Thank God we live very close to the airport. And then he texts me, did you know you have to come 2 hours early to check your bag? So had to get on a different flight.
And you're like, King, have you ever flown before? Or you just gonna walk on the plane?
I'm usually the one that plans the itinerary and stuff, but he just like didn't want to read because it was too much text from the airport.
I do kind of feel that, Loki.
So now we know. Why am I not connected to my YouTube?
Ain't that just the way?
Guys, my hope today is that if you like this one, that I can convince you to read the other book by Claire Oshetsky. Okay. Because I think that Claire Oshetsky is running circles around so many of y'all in the covers game. Like, somebody needs to get good. These are unbelievable.
I did also Google it to double check my brain. Pronouns they, she.
Okay.
So remember we talked about that, and then I was like, I'm gonna update my spreadsheet, and I just want to make sure that I know. One Google search, they, she. I said, cool, thanks.
Beautiful.
Perf. Well, also, sorry, I was just late to the function as well, since Richie got to tell their tale of woe. I was, well, let's be real, I was the pest smart because I'm in my hometown at my parents' house still with my cat. And then, of course, I realized that at the local PetSmart, there's a cat rescue that brings in cats every weekend, which you know how I am about that. I love a cat and I have no self-control in a wallet. So it's really not it. So I was like, well, let me just see. I've been like visiting the cats every weekend because I have to buy cat food for my cat. So whatever. And my parents have a dog. So my mom's like, let's go to the pet store. You know, girlie's getting lit at the PetSmart as usual. But anyways, they had a lot of cute cats. And I saw a cat yesterday and she looks like Yoda and she's really funny. Her ears are like this.
Love that.
And she's like small and petite and good with other cats. And I was like, that's interesting. So I just got back from taking Nellie to meet her because they let you like bring your cat to like meet him so you could see. And it was so funny. Nellie was in her carrier and she hissed at this cat, and the cat's name's Ariel. And Ariel got on top of her carrier and fell asleep. And basically just sat on her until she stopped being mad and completely diffused your ass. And it was so funny. And the lady from the rescue was like, I've never seen a cat sit on another cat to make them calm down, but it worked. And Nellie was just sitting there like, I don't know what to do with this bitch. She's just sitting on me. It was so funny.
Oh,
I
And that's
love that.
the thing. Socializing your cat, man. You just never know.
Friends.
Fought with her other cat, and now this cat, she's like, yeah, just sit on me, I guess. This is fine. That's the team.
Go off. So are you
So you're
bringing
getting
home a new little
Yoda?
friend?
Bro, I don't know. My husband's gonna kill me if I do that. I'm supposed to move across the country in like a month.
Fair. Fair.
I don't
They're
know.
friends. They're besties. They already met.
Well, yeah, they're.
I'm sorry, you can't tell me this information. You know I'm the problem.
I know you are the problem, Sam.
Like, let me tell you about this cat I'm looking at.
That's a fact. But she's really funny though. The lady from the rescue was like, I don't know if she's a little special or if she just looks like a Yoda or what the deal is, but she's a peach though. She's really funny. So I don't know. We just can't have two cats again that don't like each other. But if this
Sure.
one can diffuse mine and just sit on her ass and then everything is cool, then that's a solution, I guess. Interesting tactic. I liked
Hey,
it.
it works.
Yeah.
Speaking of cats,
Oh, it's Maisie.
got a visitor.
Love her.
Oh, big yawn.
Sleepy.
She's so tired. Same here.
She's so tired, man, because she's so old. She's seen
Yeah.
so many things.
That's all she does is sleep, and I'm like, you know what, you've earned it.
She's so cute. Also, just noticed her name. Obsessed with the Richiette moment.
Yeah. Listen, it has to continue. I could come up with one for this, so
I love it. I think it's great. Sam, what's going on with you? Oh yeah, good shit. Man.
I read fuck. I wasn't prepared. Let me pull up my spreadsheet. It's May. I've read all of these ones. I've read 36 books this month.
That either means you're really well or you're really unwell, and I don't know which it is.
I don't either.
Have you been like audiobooking it up on the toilet, or what is happening here?
So the first
you achieve
2
that?
weeks was like just audiobooks, and now it's mostly physical books, which is why I'm kind of slowing down a little bit. But Escape the Readathon's happening, and I'm one of like the co-hosts.
Right.
I'm reading against the teams, and so I'm like, fuck, I can just go crazy.
And you're beating their ass too.
Yeah. I've kind of gotten a little off the handles, but hey, I'm having a great time. I'm finally handing out 2 stars, and so I think this was good for me. To feel like, oh, I can give a book a bad rating, and that's okay.
nice.
Yeah.
So
So you're reading a lot of books. Are they good?
A lot of them have been 4 stars.
Okay.
So
like
I would say overall pretty solid reading month. A couple 2s, but I'll take it.
Have we received a 5-star yet this year?
Not including graphic novels, because I think that shouldn't count. Not including Mating with the Mantis, because I don't think that should count. Not including rereads. I've had one.
Who's the winner?
Morningstar by Pierce Brown, which is the 3rd book in a trilogy.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Well, there's going to be 7 books, but it's like the first arc.
Morningstar got 5 stars. You were reading the second one for our last sprints, right?
Yeah.
Work.
And so finished Morningstar on time. None of us had started the next book, Iron Gold, so I'm fine there for a little bit. And then I would say that I read a romantasy that was like, I've given a good amount of 4.5 stars. I've just been really picky.
Good for you. Alea, you got any 5 stars in the bank?
You know, I had one, and it's one of those where I'm like, I gave this 5 stars, and then in retrospect, I'm like, what time of the night was that when I made that decision? Because that seems sus. Because it was a leprechaun like smut novel, and I was like, oh my god, 5 stars. I think it's just because all the other books I read for that video were like not as good, and I was like, for leprechaun smut, this is as good as it's gonna get. It's like, girl, does that mean it's a 5-star though? I'm not really putting that up against other 5 stars from the past, but I also haven't really read anything else that I would consider like a 5 this year. Some good like 4s, 4.5s. Like I read The Salt Grows Heavy by Cassandra Kah. The audiobook was amazing.
That was weird.
It was weird, but I liked it. Give me the weird shit. But I've been reading a lot of monster romances and stuff. So I need to read more 2025 releases, I think, because I've been tracking those, and there's so many good ones, and I just need to like actually read them instead of being like, oh my god, I want to read them, and then not reading them for like 3 years.
Yeah, I've been doing all right lately, staying up to date with them, mostly because I'm being easily influenced. And I would say about 50-50, like horrible 2025 releases and some incredible ones. But I also, on my tracker like spreadsheet, I have like my yearly one, and then I have like a 5-year one with all of the data, and I have a retrospective like rating for me to go back and be like, yeah, I was being way too nice back then.
Yeah, I think that's legit. Yeah. What 2025 releases have you not liked? I would be curious to know.
Mostly romantasy, I'll be so honest.
Okay.
I read some Amazon short stories, graphic novels. Bat Eater, that was good. I would recommend. Okay, that one hurt me. The Starving Saints was good. I think. It's slow. It's medieval. It's weird. Hello. I couldn't be like an asshole and be like, oh, look at my Irish accent. We don't need to see that. I read Emily Henry because I read a lot of hers for a video. Oh no, where's all the 2025s?
Do you like Emily Henry? Because me and Alea had a coworker who loved Emily Henry, and that coworker and I did not have the same reading taste, so I never picked her up.
I haven't either.
She's one of the 2 romance readers I'll actually pick up. I like read her whole backlist for a reading vlog, and I gave most of them like 4 and up. I think there was only one that I did not enjoy. And her young adult, no. We're not doing that on the internet. But what was I saying? I can't think thoughts anymore. I'm not equipped for this.
Emily Henry books.
Emily Henry books. A Million Junes is one of her like young adult like fantasy romances. And it was really good.
Okay.
So, I've enjoyed her stuff. I think it's safe, it's comfortable, you know what to expect with everything, but also like weirdly relatable and kind of hurts. Hated Beach Read though.
Hated Beach Read.
Hated Beach Read. Everyone's favorite. I know.
Okay.
What was the one? There was one that kind of looked interesting to me. What the people we meet on vacation? Is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm.
That one I was like, maybe I'll pick up, but then I just
that's in my top 3. But you have to like Friends to Lovers and Second Chance.
Okay.
I do.
Then that would be a good one, I think. They were sweethearts. I love them so much. And there's a scene where she's like deathly ill and he takes care of her, and for whatever reason that really fucking works for me.
Love it.
So
where's that energy for me? Hey, anybody want to come to my house and feed me soup right now?
No, let me just get on a flight really quick.
That is hilarious. Richie out here fighting for their life. Are you good, bro? I just saw your brain have a spasm.
The plague that has been thrust upon me can only be described as diabolical. I am not well. And then one of my favorite regulars came in. He's like this 65-year-old guy, and I love him to death. And I call it like he walks in, and I'm like, my dad's here. Like I love him, but I had put stickers all over my face because I was truly losing my mind at work. And there were 2 on my cheeks, and he walked up to me and he like pinched my face and was like, "You're so cute." And I was like, I'm not like uncomfortable with this, but I was like, I'm like too sick to like process that this is happening right now. Like this is so too much. I was like, am I hallucinating? Is this the point that we've hit? And then thankfully I walked in the back and my coworker was like, what just happened to you? And I was like, oh, so you saw it too? Nice. Let's go. Okay.
Oh my god.
Wild.
I'm not a fan.
Oh.
Not a fan?
Oh, not a fan, okay.
Painful, and I'm scared to start another. Honestly, I love the honesty with that.
Okay, yeah, if you don't like... So she has the same narrator for all of her audiobooks, and I personally like the narrator, so that helps. Book Lovers I thought was cute because it's all about like a sister relationship going to a small town, and they do like a small town bucket list of like join the like council meeting and like go to the small bars and like find a little romance for my sister who's basically the proposal. Like she's like the ice queen, nobody likes her, and she's had multiple relationships that she would get broken up because they would go to a small town and find their true love. And so that's like the whole premise. So if you like a small town romance, it's kind of cute. But I was like, damn, I need to go to a small town in Oregon and just like make a little bucket list. Just spend a couple weeks. So I like the setup, but I'm a fucking stan. What can I say? Her and Allie Hazelwood. I don't know what it is.
Fair. I tried with whatever the first one Allie Hazelwood
The Love
did
Hypothesis?
was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta just keep it real. I couldn't get past the Raylo of it all. Like I probably made it 10 pages in, and I was like, I'm good. But I didn't think it was like bad writing or anything. Like I was like, this
You
is
might
cute.
like her
I think I weren't
other stuff.
in
Like Love Theoretically is everyone's favorite, and that is a white man with blonde hair, and that's so out of her realm of Kylo Ren stuff. So
diversity win. This white guy has blonde hair.
Yeah, I feel the only child energy,
Cute.
and you don't have the sister experience. So I get that. Wish I had that experience because I read that
Congrats
all
on
the
getting
time.
married.
Yeah,
Yeah,
congrats.
I will
being an
say
only
you
child,
wish
though,
you
does
had
kind of rock.
you wish you had that experience. But sisters, my sister would beat my ass as a kid. Let's be clear. My younger sister is so much stronger than me. So like on the one hand, yes, a lot of it is like cutesy, like we're ride or die, but some of it is like my sister looked at me the other day and went, you know, other than the fact that I hate every minute of being around you and I'm gonna kill you one of these days, I do like living with you.
Siblings are so funny. Yeah, my stepsister still lives with her mom, and I think her brother moved in at one point when he was going through a breakup. And growing up with them and just seeing their dynamic, I'm like, yeah, no, being an only sibling, like an only child, is so fine for me because y'all are insane. But like my brother used to like whip up us with like the kitchen towels and like just like would pin us outside, and it's like, okay, well, cool.
One time,
but it was nice because I'm not the blood sibling, so it's like I don't actually have to get the same type of hatred.
You know, like blinds on your windows, how like sometimes like one of the little strips will fall off. When I was like 12, I took one of those that fell off and I whipped my sister across the back with it and left a welt on their back that stayed for like 4 days.
Oh my god.
I wasn't mad. I just like thought, I was like, what would happen if I did this? And turns out bodily harm.
That's what siblings are really for. To like,
that's
get a like borderline attempted murder just to be like, could I do it?
Yeah, the Cain instinct kicks in and you're like, huh, wonder what would happen if I grievously injured this person.
Oh my god.
Guys, it's a stretch of a segue, but we're not here to talk about sisters. Oh yeah, 100%. That's what happens. That's what I like. My sister just won more. Like, let's be very clear. We both beat on each other, but my sister is just physically stronger, so they won.
My best friend who she had like 2 or 3 younger siblings and then twin siblings, like so many kids in that family. And anytime we'd go on a fucking road trip, she's like, yes, I'm going to start punching your leg when I see certain cars. I'm like, why?
So it just kicks in.
Yeah, it's just like the thing. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
We're being invaded.
Yeah, everybody's from Ireland is here watching today. I don't know how that all happened, but
I guess, we really worked out.
What time is it in Ireland right now? Does Ireland only have one time zone? I
know like the UK is 8 hours.
Yeah, I don't know.
In like that range somehow.
Okay.
9 p.m.
Let's see.
Oh.
9.
Okay. No, I was 8 hours. Let's fucking go.
I mean, you're on it.
Smarty pants.
Yeah.
It helps to have booktuber friends. Sprint. Yeah.
Okay.
Work. Okay.
Cool. Hoppin'. Well, I guess we should maybe sprint. That's a thought.
I'm so excited.
I'm so nervous.
Guys, if you hate this book,
I love it.
Making friends, let's go. If you hate this book, I didn't recommend it and I've never read it before. But if you like it, then this is my favorite book. So
I don't think we're gonna hate it by any means.
Oh, it's way shorter than I thought. I thought that it was fucking 9 hours audiobook. It's 6 hours. I don't know what I was reading earlier.
Yeah, it's 235 pages.
Okay. Right. Hoppin'. Also, you know what's funny is I meant to bring my phone to this desk when I hurriedly got home after the cat introduction
When
thing.
we rushed you.
And I didn't bring my phone. I just brought my wallet and not my phone. That's not my
For
phone.
sure.
I thought it was.
For
It's
sure.
not. I need to go get my phone with my ebook on it
Oh, okay.
for this book because I'm an idiot. Anyways,
So do we want to
I'm
go
ready.
47
I'm
minutes
so
so
prepared.
that you? Okay. So
okay.
prep. Yeah, I love how you have two different versions. I have the next book by the author, and Alea's like, "I'm here. What do you want?"
I don't have anything.
I'm like,
I made
I
this
showed
background.
up to
Bye.
my own function. What more did you want from me? Okay.
No, that's all that was required. You did great.
Thank you. I tried. Okay, let's sprint. I'm gonna shut up now.
Wait, how long?
Let's do a 45.
Nice.
Cool.
I'll mute. Oh, I'm not muted. I can talk.
Sam's out here doing sign. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Let's sprint for real.
All right.
45.
QFC stocks fresh produce daily, making sure it meets your high standards no matter how you shop.
Listen, paying $14.99 a month for a streaming app and $9.99 a month for a music
name is Annie. I help communities prepare for.
Alea, did you set a timer? Because me and Sam definitely did not.
I did after I went and found my phone.
The way I absolutely muted the computer. What?
I did after I went and found my phone. So
Heard.
we're pretty. I think we're there.
Around the time. Let's go.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, I'm just gonna keep reading, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh my god, there's 12 comments.
Ish. Okay, I want to hear thoughts on Chouette.
How far did you get?
It's a great question. I'm in my ebook. I'm so lost in the sauce.
The comment thing just says we had like 5 minutes, but it's chill. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
We'll be more organized for the next sprint. We kind of just jumped in.
We're learning
Yeah.
as we go. I don't want these on. I don't want to say my thoughts first. I've already read this. What do y'all think?
I like it.
I got 65 pages in, so I want to make sure.
Yeah, I think I'm like 55 pages in.
I am
Okay.
also on 65. So Sam and I are on the exact same page. You said you got 55 pages in?
This is what the three of us are reading today together. We're doing a little buddy read. So yeah, we're reading Chouette. I think the writing is good. It's more stream of consciousness than I thought it was going to be. So once I accepted that, I was like, okay, I'm in. But it took me a second to be like, why are we just talking about nothing? I'm confused. Good writing. Gross at times. For sure. But good so far. It is like a whole book about pregnancy, so.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I feel like people don't think when you say yeah, the whole thing is she's gonna have an owl baby. I don't think it gives the vibe of like domestic horror about pregnancy and motherhood. But that's what it is. So if you don't like pregnancy in books, I would say hard pass on Chouette. But if you don't mind it, it's like one of my favorite domestic horrors ever.
Yeah, I don't like pregnancy in books, but this isn't actually like it's not too grotesque and bad and like compared to other things that I've read. It's kind of tame because it's also like just talking about womanhood, motherhood, how life treats you, like with the mother-in-law just being the worst. Although I will say, like the possum on the doorstep. No.
Why? You didn't like that? Hello? Alea, what do you think?
I like it. I think the writing is really pretty. And I like our main character. I like being in her head. I think it's interesting. Again, yeah, nasty pregnancy stuff, but it's interesting. I like it. I feel like I needed this because I've been reading a lot of like monster romance and stuff that's not very well written. Maybe let me put it that way. So this is refreshing.
I've been reading some bad
like
romances, so I get it.
Yeah.
I'm reading the comments real fast, and Chouette is owl in French, yes. Yeah, I think I was reading this in my phase where I was like kind of almost annoyingly into lit fic. Like I got really tired at the bookstore of people asking me what sci-fi I was into, and I was like, I'm never gonna read another fucking genre fiction again in my life. And so I started getting weird with it, and this was one that I found during that.
Weird, it does cut it.
It is one of my favorite. I think the thing that I like about it is that I love, and this is not, I feel like I almost don't even want to call it a trope because I feel like you don't see it very often, but like women who have how do I phrase this? Primal feelings and opinions about motherhood. I find very more Not that I'm a mom, but I find more resonant. Because to be honest, when I was working at the daycare and there's kids blowing snot rockets into your hand and you're getting cut with child scissors and there's just constantly a liquid from a body on your body, and it doesn't matter if it's puke or snot or poop or like whatever, like it didn't feel like people would tell me that like it's like a noble profession. And I did not find that to be the word to describe it. So I really, really rock with stuff about pregnancy that is gross because it is gross. Like pregnancy and children and being a mom, I think you can really love it and also acknowledge that it's fucking nasty.
And also, like, not easy. There's been moments where, like, her telling her husband, he's like, the baby we've been waiting for. And she's like, I haven't actually been waiting for this day. I don't know what to tell you. And the mother-in-law just being like, you're just not cut out. Like, you need my assistance. Like, I have to help you through this because, like, you don't have nature versus nurture. So just very like, no, you're not cut out. You couldn't. And as somebody who like doesn't have a desire of being pregnant, this feels more realistic than like reading a romance and it's like, oh, happily ever after, we have to have a kid and everything's perfect and great. Yeah. It's like, sure, but this feels accurate in a sad way. But
Alea, thoughts?
I like it. The husband, I don't like him, but I like her.
Top 10 men Alea's gonna hate. He's making it to the bottom of our horror boyfriends bracket.
Honestly, I
hate him.
He's not the worst, but I don't like him.
Yeah.
He's annoying.
Yeah.
So he's annoying, but he's not the worst I've ever seen. I think it's just because he sucks. Man. But I think with the way she is, she's like, this isn't even your baby, right? So it's like, we don't really care about him. We don't really need him here, right? Like, tell me about the owl lady. Like, that's what I'd like to know more about. But I do think it's funny, like you said, Sam, where she's like, what do you mean we've been waiting so long for this baby? She's like, one, it's not yours. And two, no, I wasn't. So like she can just say things and he just doesn't hear them.
Yeah.
It's like they just bounce off his forehead.
I think that's why he's like my least favorite though, because it's like, listen, obviously in real life, I would take a boring man over like an abusive murderer. But like in a book, I'm like, the worst sin you can be is dull. And this man is dull and does not listen to her. And I want no part of it. I want him out of here. Can't even deal with her pregnancy smell. Grow up. Clown.
Fool. Okay. If your pregnant wife smelled like decay, I don't know if you'd really want to be in bed with that. I don't know. Is that just me?
I think if you can't hang, you can't hang. And if you're the one who was like, we gotta have the baby, then you don't get to all of a sudden get all mad when her body's doing weird stuff because she's having your baby.
Technically, she's not having his baby.
Fair.
It is an owl.
She's having the baby you're making her have, so you get to deal with the fact that she smells like rotting feathers now.
Yeah. Also, I love the like moment of
whoa. Sorry, I just saw the comment that says red flag murderers in novels are hear me out for being, and you're real for that. Listen, in real life, we don't support murderers, but in books, sometimes it's like, okay.
Oh, but in books, we love Gideon.
That's true. Gideon is the best one that we've read. That's true.
Yeah.
Also, okay, did anybody else catch the thing when she says it's not a dog baby? It's not like you, it's an owl baby. Is this man a dog? Can somebody explain that to me?
I think that is more metaphorical in that like he's kind of a golden retriever of a man.
Okay.
And like this is a weird little bird baby.
Right.
You know? I feel like I've handed us two books that are like half metaphor and half not, and it is really hard to parse sometimes in both of them.
You did really say, hey Sam, read a book and you're gonna have to use your brain. And I'm like, okay.
I'm saying this is from my phase where I was thinking.
It's fine. You can just you'll think my thoughts through for me. You'll just be like, this is what you're trying to say, I think.
Yeah, when it's hard because the main character says she like speaks in metaphors, but then also it's like actually an owl baby. Yes. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, where's the metaphor end and then like the real
also like the doctor's just straight up being like, what are you talking about, owl baby? It's like not addressing it. It's like, okay, we're all just in delusion. All right.
First of all, though, wow, what in the furrytopia is going on is incredible. And okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So the plot of Chouette, lest I give too much away, is a woman who is only referred to in the book as Tiny, but Tiny is pregnant, and she is like, it's an owl baby. I had sex in a dream
my
with an
other
owl
lover.
lady, and she knocked me up, and now I'm pregnant with an owl baby. And her husband is like, simply not what's happening, babe, but go off. And she is like, no, it's an owl baby. I know this for a fact. And so you spend a lot of the book being like, how much of this is real and how much of this is like, we're watching this woman go crazy. And at one point, she says to her husband, it's not yours. It's not a dog baby like you. You're not going to like it. It's an owl baby. And he's like, do you ever shut the fuck up?
End quote.
That's
The funny part to me is like he got mad, but he wasn't like, so whose baby is it? Like he didn't ask any clarifying questions. He
No,
was just
yeah.
like, you're
'cause
wrong.
he's
I'm going to bed.
boring.
Well, I
He's
think he also
boring.
just thinks that he's dating a mental, because she's open about like, oh, I like to talk in metaphors. I don't want to like be in absolutes. I want to be
Right.
kind of like
Mhm.
wishy-washy, and like I don't want people to know her, it seems.
Well, and
So
she
he
also has
probably
that
is just,
memory
like-
of her mom turning into a tree that she's like,
Yeah.
don't know if that happened, Chief.
Also, in that scene, the audiobook plays music under that like paragraph. It was gorgeous. I re-listened to it like 3 times. I was like, this is incredible. So I do
I'm
recommend
gonna
audiobook.
keep it so real. There is who is it? Poingu on Spotify made a playlist with all the songs that are name dropped in the book, and so I have been listening to that. Her mom
Nice.
turns into a tree. What do you want? Guys, it's weird. Just read it. I don't have anything to give
It's a
you.
metaphor.
It's either a
Yeah.
metaphor or not. And
Okay,
who am I to say?
guys, we're gonna have so much fucking fun when we read Bunny together.
I'm
I'm
so
so excited.
ready. Okay, not to toot my own
Kind
horn
of
and
got
derail
the
us.
essence. I'm gonna be honest.
Dude, I already made the like StreamYard little cutesy background thing for when we
Yeah.
read Bunny, and it looks really cute. Not to toot my own horn, but I was getting lit in Canva at 2 a.m, and I was like, ooh, it's
cannot
got
wait.
bunnies, so I'm ready, girl. You let me know when.
I'm
I
so
took notes on what months we're reading what thing, and then I lost my notes, so I need to go find that notebook so I know what
think we
the hell we're
decided
doing. But we already have things booked.
September because
We
the
got
think
2
sequel.
people
so.
adding this book to the TBR, bro. Let's go. Also, in one of the
Yeah.
Bratz movies, the mom turns into a tree? Which one?
I was not aware of that at all.
Also, I will warn you guys, adding this to your TBR, that we're gonna be probably finishing the book on sprints. So at some point we might get a little spoiler to the point of like, you might want to jump out if you're
Yeah,
really wanting to read it.
we'll
I'm trying
let
to
you
be
know
chill,
when
but-
that's coming.
Yeah.
What's the next book? What are we reading next?
It's-
Eat the Ones You Love, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which everyone says that it might be kind of like the play one. Oh my god, what's it? Little Shop of Horrors. It might be a little inspired by Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh,
I'm so excited about it.
I will say for Eat the Ones You Love, that is like kind of a more normal book club where we are going to read the book and then hop on and just talk about having read the book.
Yes.
As opposed, we're kind of doing every other month right now. Where
Yeah.
this month we are reading this one on stream. Next month we're going to have already read it, and then I think after that, what are we reading? The Reformation. What's it called?
The Reformatory. by
Reformatory.
Terry.
Reformatory.
The Reformation, is that a word?
I think.
Okay.
Right.
It's a word, but that's not the title.
That's a new one to me.
Bratz Fashion Pixies, of course. Naturally.
See, I was a Bratz GameCube player, and that's
Ooh.
about it.
Okay.
And like I also like the live action movie.
And you're right. When she's like,
the-
MySpace, I have 12,000 friends. Incredible.
There was a Bratz doll dress up game online, and that was one of the songs that was like on repeat loop behind playing the game. Oh, I listened to it so much.
Yeah. Every song that she has in that movie is a straight heater that should have won
Yeah.
Grammys. They're so good.
Truly. People are too mean. Deserve better. Okay, Bunny September. Are we reading? Is that on? God, I have to think ahead of things.
I think we're
Okay.
buddy reading Bunny.
June
Yes.
is book club, July is buddy read, August is book club, September is buddy read. Hell yeah.
I think this September, I thought that one we were doing, I know one of them we're doing the new one by Andrew Joseph White.
I know that we like made
Oh, yeah.
5,000 plans last
True.
time we were
Yeah,
live.
I'll go find my notes and I'll
Yeah.
clarify that for all
We'll
of us.
watch the 17-hour last sprints that we did to figure it out.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
we
I
really
know
did
I took
decide, like, what if
notes
we just
on it.
what if we
I think
just
it was on
read
the Verity.
everything?
The Verity book club that
Yeah.
we talked about and actually
Yeah.
came up with a schedule.
Yeah, we did. But I kind of know what the books are. I just can't remember what we said
I know
for
what the
one.
book club books are. I don't remember what the
Yes.
buddy reads are.
Honestly heard.
Yeah, I know we talked about the Andrew Joseph White one and
Yes.
Bunny, but I think
Was the Andrew
And
Joseph White one
Christmas
the one that we
special.
decided for November though? Because we
It
were like
might be.
really like tied up on that one, and then we were like, we can just do Andrew Joseph White because then in October aren't we doing the new Nat Cassidy?
Yeah.
yes, that sounds right. Richie figured it out.
I have that. No, I don't. Where'd it go?
Yeah, that makes sense because the Andrew Joseph White one
I
comes
have it at
out.
Cassidy somewhere.
I think that comes out in September.
Yeah. I know
So,
that we were doing Bunny in September because the sequel's coming out in September,
Yeah.
and we were like,
Right.
we'll do
And
it.
I
And then
started
the sequel
freaking
came
out about excitement. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We make another
Got a-
note because I lost my last note.
Got a rough plan.
But I do know, okay, because I remember we were also talking. This is a fugly pen. Anyways, we were talking about wanting to
That's so
read
lander.
another romance because we haven't really read like a romance in a while.
True.
Because
We
I think
have Married
the
the
August
Alien
one read is
Cowboy.
a cowboy alien romance.
True.
Which I can't fucking find anywhere.
It's on
I'll
Kindle,
find it.
unlimited.
Okay.
The whole series is on KU, I think.
I'm just bad at finding things then. Don't worry about it.
Jeez, Sam, come on now, girl.
I'm a good booktuber.
At some
Very
point,
cool.
and this can be like next year, I don't really care, but I've been trying to like read romantic comedy by Curtis Sittenfeld for like a billion years, like since it came out, and I just have not read it. Can we read that at some point? I don't really know a whole lot about it, but I remember reading the blurb and being like, that sounds fun.
Comedy writer thinks she's sworn off love until a dreamy, handsome pop star flips the script on her assumptions.
Like, yeah, it's like that SNL type beat, right?
Okay.
What's the name of it
I-
again?
Romantic comedy.
Okay.
3.63 on ratings.
I think I remember this cover. Oh, yeah.
I don't know that I need us to dedicate a full book club to this, but if you honestly, if we just wanted to do sprints and you guys tell me I have to read this book, then I can do that.
I can be down. I need to start
I'm
hosting
down.
more sprints anyway and dragging you guys. So
Also, Princess
Okay.
Amanda, my TBR is also so long that I truly forget spoilers constantly. I love a spoiler because I'll think about it and be like, that's really cool, and then I will forget until 2 pages before it happens in the book, and then I'm like, oh yeah, did I hear about this thing?
I'm looking so deep at the Married to the Alien cowboy cover right now. It is something.
You know, it sure is.
Honestly,
like
it's everything
3
Alea could want in a romance: cowboys and monsters and
Dude,
smut.
that's what I
the
said.
cover
August is my
3
birthday
different
month.
art styles in one. It's kind of wild.
Is Eat the Ones You Love gay? Or are we reading about a bunch of hets in Pride Month?
No, I think I picked it because it was gay, because I remember you were like, please pick a gay book. And I was like, you're so right. And then I think I saw that coming out and I was like, ooh, perf.
Heard.
It says
Okay.
queer.
Nice.
You thought I was going to make you read about the straights in Pride Month. What
Listen.
channel do you think you're on?
Listen, when Pride is happening in the city that I live in, I am going to be out of town at a straight wedding. And
That's
that's
hurtful.
the hate crime I have to deal with. But it's fine. I'm going to be in a
But you're also
tan
gonna be
suit at a straight guy's
Basically on
wedding.
the West Coast.
True. True, I will be. If they let me on the plane, bro, I'm having so much trouble with my license.
Oh, no.
This stupid Real ID has got me fucked up, brother. So I gotta figure that out this week. But
Fun.
okay, hello. She's screaming at me. What's up?
Oh, hey, girl.
The baby.
She's so cute.
So chill.
This is
if I
this
try
is
to
real
hold my
motherhood.
cats that way.
You may not like it, but this is peak motherhood. Just me and my 17-year-old cat.
Yep.
I love it. Iconic.
My cats are so unchill if you hold them like that.
She's too old to care.
That's fair. Mine are still
She don't
spry
like
in their
that, though.
youth.
Same. Same.
She's booped my nose.
She's so cute. I love her little like black nose diamond thing she's got going on.
Yeah.
Look at that
You're so
girl.
You're so pretty. Did you know? How does
Aw.
it feel to be so pretty? She's so mad.
Worth it.
She got those ears like
Oh yeah. You're so mad.
cutie. Cutie.
Okay. I think I got my list updated for us.
Yeah, I think I know what we're doing.
She
plan.
used to be feral back in the day. She was an outdoor cat. She was a birder, as it were, and then I got her and moved next to a frat house and was like, well, time for you to never go outside again. And now she's 17 and so sleepy. And she likes belly rubs, so if I do this, she's like, she doesn't love it, but she does like the belly rubs, so
She'll
she will
tolerate it.
She's tender. We love Miss Maisie.
Yeah, my cats
Say
hate to
hi
be
to your
held, but
adoring
if you
audience.
give
Your
her a belly
fans.
rub when she flops, she's happy. But don't hold her to do it.
Fair. Well, should we do another sprint?
I'm into it.
I'm so
We're
proud of
gonna-
us trying to keep the talking to a minimal.
Dude.
Do we actually
trying
talk
to-
about the book?
Trying to keep
Oh.
the train on the tracks, bro? That's crazy.
I think I got Maisie 3. Sorry, I'm reading comments again. I think I got Maisie. What would it be, like 4 years ago now? No, 3 years ago. I think
You
3
said it
years
in the
ago.
Verity sprints, I think, so we can just go back.
Yeah.
Whatever that one was.
If you want the cat lore, just start watching our sprints from the beginning because I think I've told the full story of her life at this point, but you're just gonna get in 2-minute clips over the 25 plus hours of content that we've provided.
Yeah.
Somebody make
Yeah.
a Maisie compilation.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of cat lore in there.
Probably.
Oh, there's a lot of lore just in general. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Back to Chouette. She mentioned how her cello bow, how she's like, oh, it reminds me of a hunter's bow. The character that I've made, her violin turns into a bow and arrow. And so I was like, that's crazy that this book mentioned that.
That's so fun.
Yeah. Exactly. We are
Listen.
so painfully open and honest on sprints and
True.
live shows. So you get like 2 hours book content, 3 hours just life.
If we've said it publicly on the internet, it's not stalking, it's just listening.
Yeah.
Yeah. That shit is fair game.
I think we're funny and entertaining, so worth it.
Honestly, at this point, we sprint for us because it's fun, and if other people like it, then that's pretty cool and chill. So
Yeah. If people
Real
are
and
there
true.
besides my mom, it's great.
yeah.
I told my mom about this for the first time today. And
Oh.
I was like, you can watch if you want. And she was like, no. It's like,
She was like,
"Thanks."
you and your friends? Ew. I don't
Well,
want to see it.
she more was like, well, I haven't read the book. And I was like, well, we're talking not just about the book, Dorothy. And she was like, no. 6 hours? No. It's like, okay, fair.
So my mom puts my videos on at her office because she has to watch the commercials, and so she watches everything. And I was like, well, if you want like candid, like I'm off the rails with my friends, Alea's channel is way longer. You can skip the parts where we're reading, but if it's a live show, you can just listen. Although I did give her Verity, so she can't watch that one until
True,
she
she's
reads
got to
the
hold
book.
off.
Yeah.
And she's got to read Mating with the Mantis.
Not
We
mating
share
with
a Kindle
No,
on the
hey,
couch.
Sam's
Like, she
mom,
could.
don't read Mating with the Mantis. The fact that the 2 books
Here's the
that you
thing,
got
she
from
would
our
totally
book club
love it.
are Underneath and Verity. The third cannot be Mating with the Mantis.
I think she would actually kind of like it. She's crazy.
I love that.
Yeah. No, my mom loves fucked up shit, so she might be
Hey.
into it.
Maybe she'd like Chouette.
Honestly, maybe.
I feel like emotionally, Chouette is a midpoint between Underneath and Verity. That's how I feel. Also,
What a
Chouette, I
scale
will
for a
say,
book club.
and I don't know if this is like a spoiler so much as just like what I'm up to. I had just gotten hired at the coffee shop I work at now when but I hadn't like started working there yet. I was still doing like onboarding or whatever, and I went in one day and I was like finishing Chouette, sobbing publicly, openly in a public place that I had to start working at in like a week. Hysterical. So
I cried on
that's
sprints when I was reading Bat Eater, so it's not against me.
it's how it goes
It
sometimes.
happens.
Sometimes you gotta just cry. And honestly, it wasn't even crying because the ending is like I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything about that.
We'll get there.
When y'all get to the end of the book, we'll talk and I'll see if you understand why I was hysterical or not. I'm probably not
Or I'll
gonna cry
just
this time because frankly my head is too
completely
stuffed
judge
to
you.
feel much, but
Yeah.
we'll see.
Too sick to think a thought.
Oh yeah, for anyone who's new, I've been struck down by the plague. 1346 called and wants their fucking illness back. I'm so
Honestly, you're doing so good for being struck by a plague.
thank you.
Dude, yeah.
You and I
Thank
are like
you.
the same brain cells, and it's just me being tired.
I will say that when we've turned off our mics every single time, I've like immediately gone into a coughing fit. I am like saving it all for when the mic is muted.
Are you
so
drinking
you're welcome.
water? You drinking water?
Yeah, I'm drinking water and I'm drinking
Okay.
tea too.
Okay.
And I also have a little thing of cookies.
A necessity.
God.
Because I just thought that would fix me.
Who needs soup and broth when you can have cookies?
It's all
That's why
good.
you're choking. You're choking on cookie crumbs, bro.
Oh, and they're like the crunchiest cookies. Not
yes, the
nary
driest.
a drop of moisture in sight. It's incredible. That's what I'm trying. I'm trying to eat sawdust when I'm eating cookies.
Oh my god, bro. Okay, that's enough cookie sawdust. We need to train on the track. Okay, we're gonna do another 45?
45.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
That sounds good. I'm excited to get back into this book. This one's good.
Enjoy your
I
sawdust
like it.
during the sprint.
Yeah, eat your sawdust and drink your water, bro. We're
Will do.
sprinting.
It's time.
It's time.
Oh,
All right.
goodness.
Redness and bumps? Get irritation defense for your
Vivo works 24/7 to attract
Hello.
Hello. I made it to part 5 with like 4 minutes left. It was great timing.
Nice. Alea, how far did you get before I say the spoiler that I'm about to say?
Go ahead and say it. This ebook confuses me.
Work. You get to the gay part yet?
No.
Did you meet the secret friend?
Surprise, this book's gay. You think I'd make us read about straights? Not today, brother. This may be about motherhood.
I love that you think that's a got you.
I was
Okay.
so
The owl's a
surprised
woman.
when it happened. Just because, like, well, first of all, at the time, I do not believe Claire Oshetsky was out. At the time this book came out. And they have since come out. Also, I don't know that I've ever read a book about, that's absolutely not true. Patsy by Nicole Dennis Benn also did it. But it's pretty rare, I feel like, to read a book that's about motherhood that, like, expresses anything other than a heterosexual look at that particular experience. And I think this is really well done. So I was fine with it being straight. And then it was gay. And I was like, heard. I see you. I mean, to be fair, she did sleep with that lady owl. So I guess it was gay
Yeah.
from page 1.
Yeah.
But I wasn't expecting human
More.
women to have sex in this here novel. So that's exciting.
No, I will say, like, once that got introduced, I was like, oh, I think I'm into it. I think I'm locked in. Started getting more entertaining once we have the secret lover and, like, the times allotted for each thing. So how you got time with the secret lover and then time with the baby and how that all interacts. I was like, okay.
Heard. Alea, where are you at, like, plot-wise? What's going on?
She's like just had the baby.
Heard. It's about to
Honestly,
pop off.
not the grossest birth scene I've had to read. Thank God.
True.
Not too bad. Very clinical
Mm-hmm.
in a way that I thought was very interesting. I also really liked the bird's eye of the doctor.
Yes.
Yeah. It's got a very, like, fever dream feel to it in the sense that it's just kind of you're floating around to different times.
Guys, I love this book.
I can see why you love it. I really like it too. I think the writing is so pretty.
I hate the experience because it's all about, like, pregnancy and being a mom, and don't love that, but like, as, like, since it is, like, kind of like horror adjacent, it's effective in that sense. It's like, okay, but it's unsettling me because it's kind of what it's trying to do. It's not framing it in like a romantic way of like, oh, motherhood is so beautiful and gorgeous. It's like, okay, well, there's poop on the walls. Sorry.
Right.
Listen, I'm not here trying to pit two bad bitches against each other. And this may be the deathly illness upon me talking. Barbie wishes she could have what this book has. And hear me out. The fact that the movie Barbie, Greta Gerwig's hit movie Barbie, is all about, like, hey, eventually it's gonna hit a point where, like, womanhood is going to come upon you and all of the, like, flighty, beautiful things from your childhood, you just frankly are going to have to give up. There is no going back, bitch, you're a woman now. I feel is done so interestingly in this, and leans, and obviously the Barbie movie was not going to lean more into it, so no shade to her, but leans so much more into, like, sort of the I don't know, maybe it's doing the opposite thing, and maybe just because I'm gay and a tomboy, it hits more for me, but, like, the Barbie, like, I'm not gonna get to wear my pretty dresses anymore didn't really hit for me, but the Barbie, I'm not gonna be able to kill creatures in the woods in the middle of the night, hits a little more for me. I'm like, this book makes me wanna dunk my face in mud, and I love that.
Okay,
I love it so much.
She nasty, and we're here for it.
Gross. Guys, let women be gross. Can they just be gross? Is it okay? Is it allowed?
No.
I
I
like
love it
it.
so much. I'm having
I
such a
have to
good time.
veto.
I was really
Hate it.
nervous that I was going to reread this one and be like, yeah, that was a book that I thought was really good when I was in my pretentious phase, but I'm reading it and I'm like, no, this still hits. I'm so into it.
I would
No,
have
when
been
I'm reading
curious
it,
to
I am
see-
into it.
Yeah. I would have been curious to see how it would have been different if she decided to stay with the owl lady instead of choosing to stay with her husband.
I mean,
A
we
real
do get to
sliding
see a
doors
little bit
moment.
more of the owl, and I'm expecting even more owl as it goes. I also love that the baby's name is Chouette, but everyone just calls her Charlotte. Oh, so good. But yeah,
like-
no, the moments of Chouette like hunting, and I was really having a bad time when the snakes got introduced. That was the moment for me where I was like, oh no, I don't.
I don't know if y'all have seen, there's a Chuck Jones like animated movie. It's like 30 minutes long called Ricky Tikki Tavi, which is about like a
Yes.
mongoose who hunt you. Alea, you're on it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's giving that. And that was like one of my favorite things as a kid. So when the snakes were introduced, I was like, yes, please, more of that.
I did love how proud Chouette is from hunting. Like,
oh yeah,
catching anything and like running to mom and be like, look. And it just reminds me of cats being like, look, I caught a leaf.
Listen, guys, this is where I finally admit that despite I wore a flannel just so this confession would hit home. That despite my outward appearance being so cosmopolitan and urban, I am actually from like shit kicking nowheresville, Idaho. And so like I love gross stuff. I love it. I love it so much. I've killed snakes before, not because I wanted to, but like one time I hit a snake with a car on accident. It was like going across the road and it didn't quite die. And so we were like, well, gotta do what we gotta do. Like it's giving farm. Also, I love that the secret lover was like, I like how you smell. It reminds me of working on the farm next to the composting. I was like,
Tender.
It was a
Okay.
commune. Excuse. She was fully in a cult for a time.
oh yeah,
So
and
interesting.
good for her.
Yeah. You know, as like a full city girl who has lived in a college town her entire life, but is dating a country bumpkin boy, it's like, okay, different life for sure.
Listen,
But effective.
I was telling my coworkers the other day that I'm excited because when I go home to visit my family, we're going whitewater rafting, and they were all like, I wouldn't expect that from you. And I was like, girl, I don't know what you think I am. I know everybody thinks I just read all the time, but like, no. I'm trying to be out of doors. And
I
this
can be
book really taps
outside.
into that.
Yeah, I can be outside for like short period of time. Specifically like in the mornings when like the bugs aren't out because we have a pond in our backyard. Mosquitoes suck. So no, I don't like bugs. I don't like outside. I don't like the smell of dirt.
This is the moment where Sam and I have never disagreed more on anything.
Yeah. I am probably the most city girl you can get. In
Go
the
off.
sense, like I'll garden and stuff. I will be outside. I'll do stuff, but
Mhm.
not my preferred.
Work.
I
Alea.
love a bug. I used to go in the backyard and like play with the roly-polies as a kid because I was an only child. So when you don't have siblings, you go outside and you find bugs to be friends with. I used to be the kid who would like go and find the anthills and then I would make them houses in the dirt with rocks and sticks and shit. And then I would transplant them into their new home. And they didn't like it, but it was fun.
Yeah.
I also played with roly-polies. We used to bring them into like our classrooms and
They're
like try and
cool.
keep them as pets. We also had stick bugs. So my
Yeah.
5th grade, we had like a bunch of different bugs we took care of, and the stick bugs were my jam. My
Those
mom
are-
killed them because she left them in their cage outside for
Oh,
like
no.
a weekend for a holiday. And I was like, well, cool, thanks, Mom. I'll I guess bring this empty cage back.
Oh shit.
But they were so cool. I love stick bugs.
When I worked at the pet store last year, I was the only one who would clean the cricket cage without gloves. I would just let those boys on me. I loved them. Sometimes
Yeah.
one of them would chirp, and that's amazing because did you know that if they chirp, they're not viable food for like lizards and shit anymore. And so when one of them would start chirping, you'd have to hunt through the tub of crickets to try and figure out which one it was so you could get him out of there so you didn't poison a lizard.
That sounds
I've
hard.
never heard of that before in my entire life. That's very interesting.
It was hard, but I loved it, and I used to send my friends and family videos of me just covered in crickets because they all hated it.
That's awesome.
See, I don't mind. I don't like bugs, but like I don't mind most bugs. I don't fuck with spiders.
Okay.
But like bugs outside, it's like you're fine. That's your environment. But if you're in my house, then I'm like, yeah, please.
I will say, can't do a centipede. That is the one. That is my limit. Can't
Yeah.
hang. But I do agree. When bugs are outside, I'm like, well, I'm in your house, so I guess I can't be that mad that you're
Right.
here.
Yeah.
But when you're in my house, I'm like, well, that's not the agreement that we came to.
Yeah, I read a romantasy book, and the first fight scene was a bunch of gigantic centipedes, and I was like, oh, this is just terrible.
Mm-mm.
Don't like it. But she's so good and so perfect, so like wasn't even an issue. She was so perfect at everything. Didn't miss a shot.
Of course. Dude, in my high school, we had in my high school we had like species of bugs that were like breeding in the school that I've never seen anywhere else. And I remember like knowing like underneath the lockers there were like, yes.
Yeah, on purpose or just like out there?
They were
like,
just
was the
there.
science lab breeding bugs or were
No,
you
no,
just
in the
discovering-
hallways.
Oh,
In the hallways.
right.
It was a really old building. The bond or whatever never passed to renovate the school. So it just started like breeding things I'd never seen before. It was really interesting. Anyways, I remember I was a senior and I was at my locker and I knew there was like, I don't know what they call it, a centipede nest group that was like in the vicinity of my locker. And I remember there was like a freshman guy who like just got off the bus and like came in the doors. And then the centipedes like came out from under the locker and he was so scared. And I remember I was like, nah, dude, it's fine. This is their home. Like
is your life
like
now.
a new breed. I've never seen them this big before, unless it's in the school. Welcome to high school. And he was terrified. And I thought it was so funny. They were huge. They're huge. I've never seen one that big. It was disgusting. I was like, that's vile, but ain't that just the way?
My cat loves
We don't have those here.
centipedes, and so if I hear scratching on the wall at night, I'm like, there's a centipede in my home right now, and she is trying to get to it on the wall, and it's like a horror movie, truly. I'll be like half asleep, and then you hear like, and I'm like, oh, yep, okay, for sure.
Perf.
Yeah.
We just like don't have those in Oregon, really. Like that's just like
Good
not a
for you.
concern.
Go off. Wish that were me.
They're gross. And they're
I'm
fat.
sure like maybe Eastern Oregon more so, because like I remember being a kid at my dad's house and there was like a scorpion just chilling on the ceiling. I was like, I'm gonna sleep under the blanket, I guess.
You close enough to the coast to get those banana slugs, though, brother?
No. Honestly, I don't
love
mind
a
the
banana
slugs too
slug.
much.
Don't love
Yeah.
stepping on them. Worst feeling in the world, but love a banana slug.
I always feel so bad for the snails.
Yeah.
It's like, guys, watch where you're walking. No, it's mostly like snails, worms, lots of spiders, but nothing too
Heard.
crazy. It's the perks of being in a valley. Nobody really wants to be in this area. No living creature wants to hang out.
Dude, do your cats eat bugs? Like just straight up eat them?
Yeah.
They try.
Yeah. Nellie ate a spider
do.
the other day. I was trying to get it away from her, and she ate just the body and left just the legs on my bedroom floor. And I was like, thanks, queen.
I do that with the dog sometimes. I'll like be like, look at the spider. And they're like, no, what? Just like, motherfuckers, please.
That's the worst when you're trying to get your cat to eat a bug and you're like, brother, I know you do this. Can
Yeah.
you
They
do it
won't.
now?
Can you help me
And they're
out?
like, actually, I'm good with this one. He can hang. No.
Mhm.
Yep.
Guys, I will say the next book is less there's I don't believe there's any pregnancy in this next book, so
Oh,
Okay.
good.
Sam was like, good. I wasn't going to do that again, actually. Thanks.
one thing I will say, and I don't know if I've brought this up before, but Claire Oshetsky, when they were asked about this book, because Alea, you're kind of about to get there, and Sam is already pretty well in. a lot of people will ask Claire Oshetsky, is this a metaphor for autistic children? Is this a metaphor for disabled children? And Claire Oshetsky was quoted in an interview being like, it's an owl.
I love
was
that.
like, good for you.
Just being like, I told you it was an owl.
You heard a
Because
fiction?
it is. Stupid.
Yeah, I saw something be like, Chouette is all about queer virgins or queer divergence or something, where it's like neurotypical meets queerness, and I was like, I don't know how those relate to the story, but okay.
No.
So
I think it's about an owl.
I just have
Reminds me
so
of-
many questions though. Why is everybody so chill about an owl, but also like not chill about it? It's like
love that they immediately load Chouette up with 8,000 diagnoses, and Tiny is just like, girl, that's a whole owl. Like, what are you talking about? I think it's so fun.
Oh, Dr. Booze, he's been a joy.
Alea, you're gonna love Dr. Booze. There's gonna be a man in this book and you're gonna like him, and he's gonna be there for a page.
Yeah.
Because ain't that the way with men in books we like?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not often we find a man in a book that we don't hate.
So rare. And you know what? We're about to enter the era of why I hate her dumbass husband, whose name I can never remember.
Does he have a name?
Yeah, does he?
No.
I don't know if he gets a
Dog
name.
man. I don't care. I don't care.
I don't think so. Also, can I say I loved the scene with the birds? When she's
Yes.
like on the front porch with the mother-in-law. That was so fun. Love it. Was all about those crusty parrots on the lawn, man. Hell yeah.
I am not a smart enough person to discuss the fact that her mother-in-law abuses like birds that have been like I don't know, disabled is the word when it's a bird. I don't know what birds with their beaks cut off and their feet cut off and shit, like mutilated birds.
Mm-hmm.
And she just abuses the hell out of them. I'm not smart enough to speak to that, but I do love
Fully
it.
withholds food for funsies.
Yeah.
She's creepy.
Okay.
Yeah. I was a little bummed, I will say, because I was like, this 6 foot tall, like bootstrapping lady who raised 6 sons. I was like, she could have been everything, and yet she is nothing to me.
Mm-hmm.
6 foot tall woman with 6 sons and a bunch of exotic birds in her backyard could be the moment. And yet, here we are.
Honestly, though, I like the representation of like having a mother-in-law or like in-laws where you're like, this is weird and I don't like it here, but I have to be here. I feel like that's an underrepresented trope I find that I enjoy. It's interesting. It's very interesting.
I dare not speak.
Also, when she's talking about like all the wives in the kitchen and they all have like their stories that they're just like saying, I like that she's like doesn't talk very much around them and she's just like listening, like taking in all of this information. I like that.
No, it's
too.
the way that they call one of the aunts the secret abortion.
Secret aborter is
that was whack.
incredible.
Oh my god.
I do wonder what her name is, because in the note that she sends to Tiny at one point, she signs it S.A., which is obviously short for Secret Aborter, but also is presumably short for her name. She can't
Sarah
go
Adams.
by that.
She can't go by that. I mean, it's an owl baby. She can go by whatever she wants to go by.
Fair. In this world, yeah.
Kind of funny if you embrace it and just make it your new initials, though, to be honest. It's kind of fierce.
That feels like the not so secret aborter to me. If you're signing your letters,
Yeah.
But also, like, it should be a secret name that's being said behind her back, and if
Yeah.
just fully saying it in front of her, that's
which is
horrible.
Crazy.
unbelievable. I do like I do like how they talk about abortion in this book. I think it's really interesting, and I think it's really nice, and I like it.
I absolutely love that she mentions how her husband's like so worried she's gonna get an abortion, and then she just books a flight to Berlin completely by herself, and he just never mentions anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, all
Also-
right, delusional.
I have another thing. The dream question mark where
Mhm.
she is like walking down the street and sees the lady who's like painting the mailbox, and it's like the dog that gets hit by the car, and then she has the dream that she gets hit by the car. What?
You know,
I was thinking the dog had to do with her husband somehow, but I don't think that's the
I
case
don't know
anymore.
what's happening there.
so I had completely forgotten what the hell was up with that. And then, Sam, I think we kind of just got to the point where it starts to mention who the dog is
Gotcha.
and what's up with the dog. But yeah, reading that again, I was like, I had completely forgotten that was a part of the book, and I was like, what the fuck? Hello?
Oh yeah, and also like Arrow / Peanut / whatever she was gonna name. I
Yeah, Muffin.
was Muffin. I was not prepared and ready for that.
I guess spoiler for Alea, but yeah, there's a point coming up where the husband is like, I'm gonna buy a dog. He's gonna teach our daughter a lot of good life lessons, and she's not gonna be so fucking weird anymore. And then Tiny's like, I don't think that's a great idea. She's an owl baby. And then the next day she finds the dog. And she
Oh,
just
the
buries
dog
it.
just
And
died.
she's like, well, we're just not gonna tell our husband about that one. We're just gonna move on from that. Maybe it ran away.
Totally
Sorry,
ran
Chief.
away.
Yikes.
Yeah.
So this is what happens. He needs to listen. He doesn't listen ever. I hate
'cause
that.
he's the worst.
It's so weird that the only
he's the
times that
worst.
he's pleasant and nice and cares is when there's a scene with the owl. Interesting.
I think I am a smart enough person to talk about the relevance to wanting to stay with your safe husband as opposed to going off with your wild female counterpart who is the person who you're attracted to and repulsed by that part of you. But I dare not speak. That's all I got today. I fear it would be 4 hours before we could sprint again.
Yeah. Also, love how when she's like talking about in that restaurant if she's gonna pick the owl or her husband, she's like, "Yeah, he's so like kind and whatever." I'm like, "Girl, are we talking about the man in your house? Because I think not." And I don't listen. I can't speak too much on your owl lover, but like, she seems nice.
She would probably
I don't
bring her
know.
to the family events, if we're being honest. That owl will be like, all of us are going to the family barbecue. Get in. But not him. Nay.
There's something very reminiscent of either of y'all seen the movie I Saw the TV Glow?
No.
That movie destroyed my life. But it is about
good one?
it is a horror movie. Sort of in name only. If you're going and looking for jump scares and spooky stuff, you're not really gonna find it. The horror of it is, what if you kind of had an inkling that you were trans, but it was like too hard for you to get there, and so you spent your entire life in the closet and just wasted away and slowly suffocated like your identity because you didn't want to come out of the closet, basically.
Woof.
Brother. But there's a lot of that in Chouette, I feel like. There are so many moments that happen where she doesn't pick the owl and she's like, obviously I'm not going to pick that. And then she's like, and immediately I felt regret. And immediately I wanted to change my mind, but it was too late. It was too late. It was too late. And
Mhm.
like, there's a point that I think I just read. I don't know where it is, but there's a point where she's talking and she's like, I wish I could take Chouette to the place that I grew up in the woods where I like felt like myself and felt whole and whatever, but I've forgotten the way. And like, it's so sad. It's so sad.
That is
And I
sad.
love the idea of like motherhood as like trying to walk the line of letting your child know it's okay to like be their true self, but also knowing like that's just not true.
I'm gonna totally break the tension of like listening to you explain this very like deep, profound thing, and Austin just being like, "I'm going to the grocery store to get stuff for dinner. What do you want for dinner?"
And you're like, I can't talk now. I'm in owl baby mode. Okay, this is not the time, King.
I'm just like, okay, I'm listening halfway because I'm interested, but also steak, crab.
I had that like 2 nights ago. Go off.
Oh yeah. Been very into crab cakes for a couple of years now. I've watched like enough Gordon Ramsay shows that I was like, okay, crab cakes are my new obsession. So I guarantee we're gonna have steak, crab cakes, asparagus, some pasta, and then we're gonna watch more Fantasy High.
Dude.
Sheesh.
Guaranteed good
And we'll
night.
be there in a few hours. Yeah.
Anyways, back to like the movie.
I gun to my head, couldn't even begin to repeat half of what I just said. I'm truly just
I'll
out
rewatch
here.
it. I'll rewatch it.
But whoever listened, that's how I feel. That's what I think. No, I just think, okay, I remember. I just think it's really like there's so much like of this like kind of deep like thrumming sadness throughout the book of like this woman who's trying to be a good mother and is trying to figure out if being a good mother means like preparing her child for the actual world she lives in, or if being a good mother means like denying the world's expectations of her and like letting her be who she really is, and how she's like chosen to box herself in, but like wants something different for her child even as she like knows that like it's not gonna work. I just think it's really interesting.
Yeah. It's like when the birthing scene, they're like something came to her. It already feels like such a fever dream, and she's like, so you're gonna take care of this baby or is it gonna die? And you're like, oh my god, okay. The stakes, I guess.
Yeah, I love where she's like, what'll happen if I don't take care of it? And she's like, oh, she'll die. And she's like, okay, and what happens if I do take care of it? And she's like, oh, you'll die. It's like, oh, okay, cool. So
Yeah,
nice.
It's
But-
good. I like it. Thank you,
I love
Richie,
it.
for making me read this book finally.
Yeah.
See, this is why we do this. So
Yeah.
then we
Yeah.
read the shit. And it's like, damn, owl baby, man. I needed that. Anyway, should we sprint?
Sure.
Okay. Another 45?
I'm down.
Okay.
God,
Where the hell's my timer? Hello, timer. Where are you?
I can't. Please don't ask me to do math. I have less than an hour left of the audiobook.
Cool.
Nice.
Cool.
Do you
Also,
have
can
wait?
we-
How much time do you have? Because we could do a sprint for that long if you wanted.
Yeah.
It says 55 minutes.
Yeah, we
And
can do
we
it.
wanted
50.
55 instead of
55% in.
45?
Yeah, we can do a 55. That works. That works.
I had to do a little math calculator. What the conversion is.
Cool. Okay.
Oh, and also the new book, The Poor Dear, is fully available on my library whenever we're ready for it.
Go off. I really like it. I don't think I liked it as much as Chouette, but I still really liked it.
Which means that inverse, that one might be my absolute all-time
Yeah, I
favorite.
think you'll like it more, to be honest.
Yeah.
Tortoise wins! And up we partnered with Amazon.
There's more to love with you.
I finished it.
Woo! Alea, where you at?
That's a great question. This ebook couldn't be more unclear.
Oh yeah, no, I got a copy from my library, and so it's like 56 pages out of IV, and I'm like, that's unhelpful.
Yeah. She's writing notes to her secret friend. But I want to hear thoughts. I like this. Richie, you did good.
I finished and I cried again. I know I said that to you guys in the chat, but I want it on record. I did cry.
I was waiting to see if I was gonna cry. I don't think I had the same emotional attachment, but I was.
I think that given your lack of interest in motherhood conceptually, it does not surprise me that you did not cry.
But I do get it. And it is like, yeah, I think if I was more into motherhood, then probably would have hit harder. But was beautiful, was well written, was captivating. Like once you like reading it, you're just like, I can't do anything but this. Like I just have to be reading it. I just have to know what's happening. So yeah, I did overall like it. I think it's probably gonna be a 4-star.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Still emotionally processing the end.
Fair.
It's also like not yeah.
I don't know, Alea, I don't know how much you want us to go into it. Or if
Whatever you want to do,
it.
bro. I really like this.
Which
This
is
might
a
be
good
like one of my
sign.
favorites that
You'll
we've read
probably finish
together.
it.
Yeah?
So, yeah.
Let's go.
I like it.
Let's go.
It's different. I like that too. Sometimes it's like, God, I've read this same thing 700 times. Never read about an owl baby, man. That's fresh. I like it.
Have you guys read Night Bitch?
No, and I need to.
It feels like it's kind of in the same weird motherhood type storyline.
Cool.
I feel heavy.
It I wouldn't say it has like a sad ending, but it is like I think heavy is a good word for it. Like, do you see why I was like, I can't really tell you why I cried, because it's like it wasn't sad.
Yeah, it's just kind of like a vibe.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, yeah, no, I think it ends exactly how it needed to and should have ended. And I think it makes sense for where the story was going. I was not expecting the events leading up to it to happen, for sure. But
I have 3 words for those events, and it's just bye, stupid bitch. See ya. Bye, loser. I did forget how much because reading the beginning of the book, I was like, I remember hating this husband. And as I was reading the beginning, I was like, why did I hate him so? Like, he's annoying for sure, but like, what's up? And then as the book went on further, I was like, oh no, I hate this bitch.
yeah, no, he
So-
sucks. He's just gaslight.
He's the worst.
Gross. Yeah.
F tier husband.
Yeah. F to your dad too. Ugh.
Real.
Yeah,
Gross.
he didn't give a shit about her. Also, I
Every
love
time-
when they play music together.
Yeah.
That's like one of my favorite things. It's
Yeah.
10.
There is a scene later, Alea, where he's trying his stuff to like fix Chouette, right? And one of the things he tries is swim therapy. And
Yeah, that was
it's a really like rough scene. Not in terms of like, it's not like graphic, but it's just like a really rough scene to get through.
yeah, it's got that like heavy, like, oh, this is trauma forever for
Yeah.
anyone who went through it.
Yeah. I was doing a little bit of reading after I finished, and Claire Oshetsky did say in an interview with NPR that a lot of the book was based on her daughter.
Oh wow. Yeah, I read like the author's note because it goes through and it's like, here's all the songs that was mentioned, and here's like what the moments that are relating to the song that was mentioned, and then at the end it was like, and this was inspired by her experience of being a mother. And I was like, oh right.
Wow.
Which apparently her daughter is a musician and was the music consultant for the book.
Oh
Very
wow.
cool.
And like her daughter has read it and like is aware, so she didn't just blast this out. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. And I also love that they're completely willing to say in NPR, like, this is based on my literal actual daughter. And then when people are like, is it about autistic people? They're like, it's an owl. What do you want? Just doubling down on how much I love that response.
Yeah. I mean, it is nice that like it's, the whole metaphor, like you can apply it to disability, autism, like you can probably apply it to your very normal child too that's just, got temperament issues at times. Just be like, yeah, that's real.
Yeah.
So I can understand for moms especially this being kind of therapeutic to be like, no, it's gonna be okay. All's well.
I do love, not Richie referencing a movie again, but I do love a piece of media that ends with being like, maybe violence is the answer. Like, the movie Monkey Man is like giving kind of John Wick vibes where it's like he's gonna go beat up everybody who were the people who killed his mom, and you spend the entire movie being like, so it's gonna be a redemption story, and at the end he's gonna like forgive the guy, and like he does not, he simply kills him and then is like, nice. And like the movie's just gonna like, that was the right call. And I feel like Chouette also has a lot of that, like every time Chouette was violent, I was like, nice. Hell yeah.
Love that. One of these days we're gonna just do drinking sprints, and it's every time Richie brings up, especially like an obscure movie that's not super popular. Drink.
Every time Richie brings up a movie that nobody else has seen, take a shot and die, simply.
Yeah, truly.
I do have some books to rec if y'all want to hear those.
Of course, yes.
Okay, I got my top 5. Alea, I think you have read at least one of these.
Okay.
And Sam, I know you haven't read this one because you said you needed to be in the right headspace to read it. But the first one on the list, In the Dream House by Carmen Maria Machado.
Yes.
I feel like gives similar vibes in that kind of like realistic grounded, but like there's enough fantasy elements that you're like, so what's going on here?
I see that.
Y'all read Freshwater by Akweke Emezi?
Have
It's
not.
on the list. I have their newest release from an ALC, but I'm like, I'm gonna one day just dive in, just read all of them.
I love a quick AMSD. But Freshwater is very good and kind of similar in that like animalistic portrayal. It is about a person who is essentially like a conduit of like multiple different like spirits and animals and things like that. And that one is much less about motherhood and much more about gender and like feeling like you have all of these having all of these people inside of you and like they're like the different aspects of your personality. Very good, very cool.
People say they cry.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the one from that author that the most people have cried over.
I think that's fair. I've read others of their books and liked them a lot, but did not feel the like devastation that I did
Yeah.
reading Freshwater. Also, if you like a mother-daughter relationship, it's way chiller and definitely not a horror at all. But Moshi Moshi by Banana Yoshimoto just whips. It's so good. It's like this girl. She's like 28 or something like that, and her dad dies, and her mom moves in with her in like her apartment in the city, and it's about her and her mother like learning to live together as adults. Very good, very cool. Almond by, and I know I'm gonna butcher this name. I know I'm gonna. Son Won-pyung, who is a South Korean television writer.
That was pretty close, I think, to
I'm
the
hoping. Sorry,
pronunciation.
about that. But Almond is very good. Almond is about a boy with a something. I don't want to say like a disease.
No, it's
An
he
affliction. I don't
doesn't
know.
process
He doesn't have emotions.
emotions, yeah.
And then he like befriends a boy who is like extremely temperamental and like explosively angry.
I have been
that one's
spoiled
also
for
kind of
that
like a
one.
weird good look at like definitely a lot of people were like the medical stuff in this book is simply hogwash. It is just not true. But as a book, good, interesting, weird. And then the last one is another memoir. Y'all read Enjoy Me Among My Ruins by Juniper Fitzgerald?
Haven't heard of that one.
It's
I love
a
the cover,
memoir
though.
about her being like a sex worker and a mom, and it's really fucking good. So that's my 5. That's what I got.
Love it.
Solid.
Adding most of these to my TBR if they're not already there. Poppin'.
Yeah, I think the only one I have is Night Bitch, and I haven't read it. I just know what it's about and the vibe of it.
I
And
was
Bunny,
a
of
little when Night Bitch was turned into a movie, I was like, I don't know about this one. And I didn't read anything about the movie. I don't know if it was good. I don't know if it was bad. I know Amy Adams was in it. But I wanted to read the book first. But when that news came out, I was like, they can't make Chouette into a movie. I'll simply die. Like this is one of those books where I'm like, don't ever adapt this. Hey, Hollywood, leave it alone.
Don't touch it.
Like,
You can't
don't
have
touch it. You're gonna biff it. I don't want to see it.
Yeah. I think they're working on a lot of like romantasy and fantasy right now, so you're probably in the clear for a little bit.
Yeah, listen, adapt Colleen Hoover until your fucking hearts give out. I really don't care. I keep my weird lit fic out of your mouth. Like
I feel that way about romantasy. It's like, don't make a Fourth Wing show. Don't make an ACOTAR show. Like, just let those be books that people like. Unless you're making an animated series, you cannot touch them.
Yeah. I'm a little weary of adaptations of books, namely because I'm not convinced that anyone in Hollywood can read.
They don't.
The media literacy is simply not there.
Yeah, no. They kind of have other people read the books and then say, hey, this is something you should buy. And then they buy it, not knowing the context and anything of the messaging.
Here, though, people who were like, this is my... I mean, like, It Ends With Us is a perfect example. Every single person... Colleen Hoover worked on that movie. Why is it so bad? Like, I'm not trying to ride for her right now, but, like, the book is better. significantly, and has more to say and has more nuance, and like the scenes that they decided to cut are scenes that are like integral to the themes of the novel. And the movie was like, what if instead we did a little needle drop to Skinny Love by Birdie in the middle of that sex scene? And I was like, we
Yeah.
could have had it all.
What if we go full romance?
Really, truly. Like, but yeah, I don't know. Chouette, I feel like is I don't trust any of y'all. I really don't. I feel like they're gonna turn my beautiful book about motherhood and the struggles of it into some nasty little Guardians of Gahul bullshit, and I'm not here for it. I'm not here for it. Don't stay away.
Yeah. It'd probably be really offensive too.
Yeah.
You're just saying, I don't think that it would translate decent. And everyone's gonna be like, wow, this dad is so right for everything he does and says. And it's like, I can't.
I think shudder to think of an adaptation that convinces people that bitch ass loser is right.
Yeah.
He can choke. I'm over him.
I want to see what they would do with Chouette. The CGI on her would be so ugly and awful.
Oh my
and
god,
I don't
Breaking Dawn type CGI baby.
Well, because here's the thing, is like, with a movie, you do have to decide, right? Like, in a book, I can kind of, like, decide if I think it's, like, a human baby with a disability, or if it's, like, that's an owl dog.
Oh, no, I was, like, full shifting
movie's
between,
gonna pick.
yeah. I was full shifting while reading this up between just a full owl and a baby with owl features. Like, I was just going back and forth throughout this experience, like, well, now it's an owl. No, now it's a baby. I think the writing lends to that too, of just being like, where in the delusions are the people around?
It's like when we talked about Underneath. Some stuff I'm like, y'all aren't smart enough for this. Stay away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's a mosquito just hovering around my laptop. Get out of here, dog.
Yeah, no, this was definitely one of those books where, am I smart enough? Am I going to get it by the end? Am I going to know what I just read? I think I get it. For the most part, I think
Richie's trying to get it right now.
I'm fighting a war right now. Forgive me. God. Yeah, I don't know. I really love it. The way I almost
Did you get it?
Yeah.
Nearly
I got him.
threw us
It's on my
across the
hand.
room.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't love that for me, but okay, we'll live.
That's like the smallest mosquito I've maybe ever seen.
Yeah. It was tiny. That's why it was annoying me.
Ours are gigantic, and because of the pond, when they bite you, it just swells up. It's awful. Yeah. So I can't use my backyard after like 7:30. It's their space now.
Oh,
yikes!
I'm really glad y'all liked it, because I feel like this is one where, again, like when I rolled up to the Underneath book club and I was like, if y'all gave this a 1, I'd get it. Like, that's kind of how I felt about Chouette, where I was like, we could end this stream with y'all being like, you have bad taste. I would have been like, yeah, well.
I've never found that you have bad taste. You're always like, here's a Weird Owl book. Read it. And I'm like, man, that show
And now I'm
beautiful.
going to tell
Thank
people
you.
that I read a book about a mom who gave birth to an owl. And I think that's just fun for me to be like, now I just have this under my belt, and now I can explain it. Because every time I explain to Dawson, he's like, what the fuck are you reading? And I'm like, this is truly nothing in the grand scheme of what I touch.
My best friend Mariah one time was asked me what my favorite movie was, then stopped in the middle of that sentence and went, hold on, let me rephrase. What's your favorite, like, normal movie?
Let's
like,
go mainstream, please.
But I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not trying to be a hipster about books. I just feel like why am I ghostly pale? Hello? There we go.
No.
I'm not trying to be a hipster about books. I just feel like there's so much, like, weird, cool shit out there, and there's always going to be time to read Book Lovers by Emily Henry. That's just going to be on the shelves in perpetuity. But, like, if I can find some kind of weird stuff, then, like, I don't know. I just dig it.
I will say that the Goodreads page for Chouette, where it's like readers also enjoyed Okweke Emeze's newest book, So Medina, I think. is recommended. So, also this book called Stag Dance, and the cover is really cool.
Oh yeah, I love that cover. I've seen that a bunch. Interesting.
Yeah, the rest of these books all make sense, but those are.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I have seen that cover. I still need to read Detransition Baby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm slacking. See, that's the problem. Is I'm like, guys, read this Weird Owl Baby book. But I have never read Britt Bennett. You know what I mean? Like, I'm behind.
Yeah, that's me most of the time. I'm like, wow, there's so many things to read, and then anything that's like weird girl lit fic, I'm like, yeah, I'll get to it.
There's time.
It'll be there. Yeah. And then I read the bajillionth romantasy book that is the same as the last one, and I'm just like, great, cool.
I love watching those videos that are like books that deranged hot girls read, and like recognizing every title and being like, every single one of those, I've been like, I'll read it someday.
Yeah, I'll get to it one day. It's on TBR.
Shout out My Year of Rest and Relaxation, which I will read someday.
I will. I have that. Whenever you're ready, let me know. I have it somewhere.
Someday it'll happen.
Hit it. I think it's truly hidden behind my couch in the living room, but I do have it. So, someday.
I just have really found a niche for myself that is an extremely hard genre to, like, search for, of, like, vaguely fairy tale-esque lit fic. And I have stumbled into that rabbit hole, and I don't really want to come out, but also, like, you know, what do you Google to find those? Because if you Google, like, fairy tale, it's gonna be like, have you tried Cruel Beauty by Rosamund Hodge, and just hand me 58 romantasy retellings of Cinderella, and, like, that's cool. Not really what I'm looking for. I'm more looking for, like, my grandmother asked me to tell you she's sorry.
The River Has Roots by Alea Motar. I'm so sorry. It's the co-author of This Is How You Lose the Time War.
Wait, the what is it called?
The River Has Roots.
I just bought that. It has pictures in it too.
Yeah, and the audiobook is really good too. And she's also coming out with a short story collection, I think this year. Cool. But The River Has Roots is like that classic kind of fairy tale. It's like about sister relationships. Very short, but good book.
Okay, I'll take it.
I think that's the one I was thinking.
I'm trying to look at my shelf right now of stuff that I've read.
Yeah, the other weird lit fic book I read recently was Ripe, and I did not enjoy it.
Ripe?
Yeah, it's the one with the pomegranate on the cover.
What's it about?
It's literally about this girl who is in kind of like an open relationship with a guy, but she gets pregnant, and it's just like her truly working a really shitty job, and it's all about capitalism and the society and patriarchy and just like not wanting this kid and doing so much cocaine. Like ungodly amounts of cocaine. And I was like, yeah, like it's cool and all, but she's talking about how she's going to her job and she hates it because she's being underappreciated, but she's like bending over backwards to do the most for them. And then like the smallest little glimpse of like, oh, thank you so much. Like, here's a little bit of praise. And she like latches onto that and has like undying loyalties and commitments to this company that could replace her in a second. And I was just like, yeah, that's just my life. I don't really want to be reading this. Like, I get it, but I don't want it. So it's not bad. It's short too. It's got that weird like fever dream feel to it.
It's kind of giving we had to remove this post.
That one I do want to read. I think I would enjoy that one more.
That was Alea's and my first buddy read.
This also weirdly reminded me of Things Have Gotten Worse Since We Last spoke. And I don't really know why, but I was thinking of that while reading.
I think this reminds me of
rodent stuff.
This one reminds me of Big Swiss. because it has kind of that dreamy feeling. It's got some of the like queer elements in it, but it has really cool nature descriptions of like the beehive that's in her house and her dog and being outside at like the dog park and different stuff like that. So I feel like that's the only one I can think of that's has some similar vibes, but it doesn't have the pregnancy thing though.
Oh, listen, I'm not married to the pregnancy motif. I liked it in this one, but that's not a necessity for my books.
Imagine you only read motherhood and pregnancy books ever. That's it.
I feel like that would be fun for a month and a half, and then I'd run out of good pregnancy books. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, then you're reading a Colleen Hoover book with some type of pregnancy in it, and you're dying on the couch.
yeah.
Also, when are we reading Layla?
Oh my god.
Next year? 2026?
Sam said never.
Yeah, when's the movie coming out?
Next year, I think.
Oh my god. Yeah, maybe we read Layla to celebrate Verity coming out.
Oh yeah. And then we do a movie night where we watch Verity together.
I would love to watch Verity with y'all.
Oh, that'd be fun.
I think it's gonna be good. Ooh, you know who's a middle grade author who kind of like dabbles in that sort of like realistic fantasy? Y'all heard of Rebecca Stead?
No.
Have not.
She wrote When You Reach Me, which was like one of my favorites when I was a kid. I just bought it recently. So I'm actually really looking forward to rereading that because I really loved it as a kid, and I have not read it since then. So that was one that I kept stocked at the bookstore, and was basically just like, hope the 8-year-old me had good taste.
That's like the shortest synopsis ever. But
I remember it's a girl and her mom is going on like the $100,000 pyramid or something, and then she starts getting like letters from like an unknown person who can like predict the future.
Well,
and I remember that was it has a scene. Listen, I remember so little about this book, but the one thing I do remember is at the end of the book, a character gets hit by a car, and it is described in such like violent graphic detail that I genuinely think that might have been like my first like introduction to like gore horror.
And now here you are reading the opening of Verity. You come full circle.
Yay. God. When the middle grade
it all
author
comes back to Verity.
That's what an insane meet cute.
Yeah. It's iconic.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
it is on it.
Listen, this book was good. It was still no Verity Crawford pissing herself just to make Lowen angry. And that's just where I have to stand.
It's one of those things like, this is good, whereas that was entertainment. That was like a popcorn thing. This was like, you're going to feel heavy. Maybe not like the best book to read in one singular sitting because you're just sat feeling kind of the whole time, but
I've been watching a lot of really extremely bad but entertaining movies all year because my friend Mariah, the normal movie fame, was like, you watch too many weird movies and we're just gonna have fun this year. And I was like, bet. And so we've been watching a lot of Joey King movies. We watched the entire Divergent series, and then last week we watched both Simple Favor movies, the like Blake Lively and Anna Kendrick ones. And I'm not gonna lie to you guys, heaters front to back. Like I
well and truly hope a third one comes. And it just like, it's kind of like the princess swap where it just like keeps coming out with more and more. That's what I want out of life.
Listen, I would watch yet another Simple Favor today if it dropped. Those movies are batshit in such a delightfully unhinged way. And I was really worried that the second one wasn't going to understand what I liked about the first one. And then it literally was like everything that we're doing, we're gonna crank it up one notch, and like, but in the most literal way, where it was like in the first movie, we had one queer couple. So in the second movie, now there's two. Like they were so by the books by it, and I loved it. I loved every second of it. It was so funny.
Yeah,
No,
I think
I
I also really love Anna Kendrick. Just has good comedic timing, but I think it's exactly the movies we've been missing
Yeah.
for a while, where it's just unhinged, off the wall, but hilariously funny, while fully trying to take itself serious and also be self-aware. Art.
Yeah. I think I love a series that the first movie is serious, and by the second movie they've figured out like, oh, y'all think
Full
this
camp.
is a joke, huh? Okay, we can do that, and like just lean into it. Like I feel like so many horror series do that. Like the Leprechaun movies. The first one is like trying to be a real horror movie, and then the second one is like, Leps in Vegas, baby, let's go. Like it's insane. There's a scene where he's like go-karting, and then he like crashes his go-kart and goes to a coffee shop and drinks like 58 cups of coffee. And I was laughing so hard. The Chucky series does that too, where by like the fourth movie, they're like, the dolls had sex and gave birth to a non-binary kid. And you're like, what? Okay. It's incredible.
I will say that A Simple Favor and Another Simple Favor, really good drinking game movies. Drink every time certain things are said or certain events happen.
Yeah, finish your
Great for
drink
that.
whenever they say a simple favor. And in the second one, you will actually get fucked up just off of that alone.
Just that alone, yeah. Not even talking about like the nickname for Anna Kendrick or like the amount of kisses that might happen. Like so much. The outfits that Blake Lively wears. Drink
Blake
if you see a
Lively
hat.
was meant to be in A Simple Favor. I'm sorry. Listen, I think that she was woefully miscast in It Ends With Us.
Yeah.
She was born to be in A Simple Favor, frankly.
Yes.
She's so good in these movies, and I
Yeah.
mean that completely without irony. She's so good in these movies, and the fits are unbelievable.
The hats?
The
whole character on their own.
In the second
too-
one, where she's wearing a hat that's so big it takes up like a full sidewalk, oh my god.
I love it.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna
Okay,
text you
movie night.
if I can find it of the Another Simple Favor hat, because it is unparalleled.
It's gold.
Another Simple
Dude.
Favor.
So many books to read, so many movies to watch. I watched Shallow Hal last night with my mom. That's what I have to contribute.
How'd that treat you?
That was interesting.
That's a weird one to exist. Very of the time.
Yes, I concur.
All right, Alea, I sent in the group chat this hat.
Oh my god.
It's unbelievable.
That's stunning. She's stunning. Do you see this hat, bro?
She's absolutely iconic for it.
Get it. That's really cool. I love it that there's stripes underneath. That's cool.
Apparently, she just found that at like a street market when they were filming, and she was like, I must have it. And they were like, you can't do this. And she was like, watch me, let me. And
Dude,
she was
yeah,
right. I will say that.
for sure.
Okay,
For
I'm just
sure.
gonna say that A Simple Favor is on Amazon Prime. So easy to
Listen.
watch.
Us doing a drinking live stream to a Simple Favor sounds delightful.
Iconic.
I also really want to see I don't know if I want to see it in theaters because I don't think I care quite that much, but I really want to watch A Clown in a Cornfield because I've finished the series this year. And I like campy, humorous slashers where it's like
Yeah.
bad one-liners at terrible times and just stupid comedy, but also fun books. So I'm excited
I'm
for
into
that, but I don't think I want to see it in theaters.
I think it's fair.
Yeah.
I'm sort of on movie lockdown right now because D&D update. So I'm writing my campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And I almost said one of my players as if I haven't name dropped him 58 times. So Bailey, the DM of my campaign, sent me his character backstory for this new campaign. This shit was 124 pages long and had a glossary. And I've read it twice and I've cried both times.
I love that.
It's
Wow.
so good. Like, it is insane that this man just wrote a novella in like a day and then sent that to me.
I do
and
need you guys to start
my
publishing
backstory.
all of this. You're gonna write your campaign and then his campaign, and I can read all of these on Wattpad whenever you guys are able to give me them.
Whenever we're ready.
Yeah. They can be unedited. I won't care.
I straight up, I if you want, I can ask him if I can send you his backstory. It's fucking ridiculous. It is unbelievable. It is like 500 years of time. Like, he has built me an entire empire that has to have fallen, and another empire was rebuilt on top of it before the start of the campaign. It's absolutely ludicrous, and I'm so excited about it. And I was kind of clowning on him because that is insane. Like, I'm very excited, but that is crazy. And then I was making a list of, because like a lot of it is like horror based, and so I've been watching a lot of horror movies to kind of try and like, get the subgenres and make sure I'm pulling what I want from them and yada yada. And the list of movies that I have, because I was like, they don't have to watch all of these, but this is just if they want to see what I'm inspired by. The list is 75 movies long, and I was like, I can't say anything about this man's 124-page backstory. I'm sending them literally like 150 hours of content that they can choose to watch if they want to. And that's crazy work.
Do it.
And I haven't even seen all the movies, so that's what I'm doing right now, is watching the movies that are on my reference list that I haven't
my
seen.
own list. Love that. Yeah, we were character creation last night from 6 p.m. till 2 a.m. 3 characters and the GM. Austin has such an imagination that he's like, okay, so we're playing Blades in the Dark, which is like steampunk, vampires, dystopian, apocalyptic kind of aftermath of things, but with ghosts and demons. And Austin decided he's going to be an evil, mad scientist inventor who's trying to Frankenstein his dad back to life, to get like a secret of how to like close the dome and all this stuff. And me and Kirsten were just like, very little backstory coming into it, just like trying to figure it out as we were learning how to make the character sheets. And I'm like, yeah, anti-establishment. And she goes, yeah, revenge. And he goes, so I need to bring my dad back, but I also am turning the demon blood into drugs, and I'm starting to take the drugs and I don't sleep. I'm just like, oh my God. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I love that. I love a backstory that's too
so
involved.
fun.
It's
yeah, now that I
incredible,
have
really.
a character and I know what I'm going for, I'm like, all right, now it's time to just go. But yeah, he's just like, I'm just making it work. And everything that I've decided 2 months ago, he's like, I'm sticking with it no matter what. I don't care what the game tells me.
Cool.
So it's been a hoot with him. And we've been watching a lot of Dropout. And so he's like getting very inspired by especially Fantasy High right now, just like how they do stuff. And he's like, I'm taking that essence. And I'm like, great.
I really wanted to make this kind of a silly, goofy, haha campaign, because, frankly, I have been put through the ringer, in this campaign. It is so, it's so brutal, and it's not letting up. The other day, Bailey looked me in the face and went, "Hey, after what I do to your son, when you see what happens, I really hope you're still going to want to keep playing with us."
My GM also did that to me. He's like, well, I mean, it'd be a real shame if your mom just completely betrayed you and died right in front of me. I'm like, we haven't even started session 0. What?
I wish my son would die, but so Mariah and Bailey are married, right? And Mariah and Bailey and I were all hanging out, and Mariah said to Bailey, so you're gonna just kill Richie's son like that? And Bailey was like, no, there's worse things than death.
Yeah. No, we were talking about it because I'm playing like the hunter-ish character, and I was like, oh, cool. So like my hunting like trained pet can also have like ghost essence, and he's like, cool, they can die right off the bat. I'm like, all right, chill.
For sure.
Like, I know this is a deadly campaign, I know that we're gonna die, chill.
I'm very excited because I'm gonna have a TPK in the first session, so I'm extremely excited.
Oh, hell yeah. Everybody have backup characters.
I'm gonna bring them back. TPK stands for Total Party Kill, Alea. So that I'm gonna kill all of them. And I'm
Oh,
gonna
T.
bring them back. But yeah, the first thing that I'm doing is killing all of them.
I love it.
But it's gonna be silly goofy. It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be fine. This party does not have any healers in it because they all wanted to be fighters. So I have a fighter and a monk and a barbarian and one bard. And
Oh, yeah.
somebody help me balance my party. We're dying, please. Like, it's unbelievable. So I was like, and also, so the monk is like a frog. He's just a frog man. And then our fighter is a skeleton. And then our barbarian is just a gnome. He's just a little guy. And then our bard is like a hot pink tiefling. So I don't want it to be super serious because I feel like if I lean into the funny haha goofy a little bit, then it's gonna hit so much harder when something bad happens to the frogman because we've just been goofing and gaffing. And then all of a sudden my skeleton boy, he's dying.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the goal. But we'll see. We will see what happens. But I've been watching a lot of Giallo lately, which is Italian horror from the 60s and 70s.
Wow.
That's actually part of the reason why I brought this up, actually, is because Giallo is characterized by like a surreal, like dreamlike kind of quality or whatever, and I really like it. And I didn't realize that there was like basically a full subgenre of horror like dedicated just to like kind of being weird and fever dreamish. Because the main things in Giallo are you don't see the killer, you just see his black gloves. They're all wearing black gloves. Love that for them. It's like beautiful waspish women who die. And that's like kind of the gig in every single one of them. And then it's like weird and like dreamy. And it's very fun.
Speaking of fever dreamy, we need to read Samantha Schweblin at some point.
I had the exact same thought, bro.
Yeah.
Samantha Schweblin?
She wrote Fever Dream, but she also wrote like other really popular.
She wrote one called Little Eyes. It's about like stuffed pandas or whatever, where you can either like buy
it's like
one.
Furbies.
Yeah,
You can like monitor. Yeah.
Yeah, you can like monitor people in their home, or you can be the person who's like seeing through the eyes of it.
Yeah,
you can either
like
watch or be watched. It's creepy.
Yeah, and I think you can
good.
talk to some people.
The only cover that I am recognizing is Seven Empty Houses, so it's so funny that you did not name that one, but I do know who this author is.
Yeah. Fever Dream specifically, though, for that essence that everyone's talked about.
Heard. That's a cool cover. I like it.
Definitely.
Speaking of covers, the British cover of Chouette, y'all okay out there? It's so ugly. I don't know how you survive. I really don't.
Is that just like the owl that looks kind of like a moth?
Yeah, it's just an owl. It's like the most boring shit I've ever seen in my life.
I think this is Russian. I think the Russian cover for Chouette is really cool.
Oh, yeah.
Hello? As opposed to this? Y'all really struggling over there across the pond. I hope their poor Russian cover doesn't suck.
The Russian cover is cool. Not that I can read Russian, I just know the things because for whatever reason, Austin's decided Russian is the dual language he wants to work on. So sometimes I have to help him, so I'll do the characters for him. So.
Oh, that is cool. I like it.
What was I gonna do? No, I don't remember. Oh well. Wasn't important.
I do think I am really interested if either of y'all end up picking up Poor Dear. Like, tell me what you think of it, because I do think Poor Dear was harder for me to get into than Chouette was.
Okay.
I did end up liking it. And like it's cool, but there's definitely like there is a I don't even want to say like a pacing issue, but it's kind of like they really just kind of show their hand in the first part, and then the rest of the book is like the whole thing is basically like a confession. Like the main character is having to confess to what she did. But they like tell you what she did. That's like what the first 30 pages of the book are. And then the rest of the book is just her being like, how do I confess? And it's like, well, I already know. So I'm
I
good.
mean, a certain hunger is kind of like that, but I think more expanded upon. Because certain hunger, like, you know, she's been arrested for her potential alleged crimes of cannibalism and murder, but she's like writing like the like an autobiography of her life, basically, like in jail, being like, this is how things played out, this is what was going on. But I think the writing of that, like, is S tier. Like, it's such good writing.
Yeah, I think that's really Claire Oshetsky's strong point in Poor Dear too. I don't know. It's good. I mean, I liked it, but
it's short, so
yeah,
who knows?
But if either of you read it, let me know. Let me know if you liked it more than Chouette, because I'm kind of obsessed with moms in books. So
good to know. I will keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Whenever I need to refer a book to you.
Give me your mom Rex. But I don't need them all to be crazy. But I do think that, like, I just want it to be like a layered portrayal of motherhood. Like, I'm not super interested in like Stepford Wife looking. Like, I don't really care. I feel that way in shows too. I had a friend in high school who was like, his favorite character in every show was like some fucking random character's mom every single time. Didn't matter what show we were watching. And I had never seen Glee before, and he made me watch the episode where Cory Monteith died and they're like memorializing him because of the scene the mom has in the beginning where she's like crying, and he was like, she's the best actor on the show. And I was like, honestly, kind of tea. Like, she's so good in that episode. But I'd never seen an episode of Glee before, so it was a very jarring beginning.
Yeah, what an absolute insane place to try to start that.
Yeah.
The world's saddest episode. God, that cast is so cursed. But
yeah, I've seen the first season now. And honestly, I watched the first season and I was like, I think I'm good. I had my fun.
I feel like the first 3 seasons, solid. And it's fun after that, but it kind of, you know, as most shows, goes downhill. But also, I feel like you really had to kind of be into it within the first 4 years, because
me starting my Glee journey at the ripe age of 27 was a lot.
Yeah, because it's hard, because it's very timely for it. And so if you're not really looking for like that nostalgic, like what was the essence of the time, then you're kind of just like, it's kind of cringe and weird. But also, we were all so insanely delusional back then, because we were like, yeah, Mr. Shoe was totally normal and this is absolutely acceptable.
I think that's the other thing is, like, I'm like a little too old, like, because I feel like if I was like 12, because I think I was when the show was like airing, if I was 12 watching it, I would have been like, yeah, they're basically grown-ups, that's fine. But I'm 28 years old, and so I watch these kids and I'm like, where are your parents? Do some homework. What is happening? Like,
I know.
Yeah, Alison.
Also, I have another potential rec for motherhood, but kind of spooky. Graveyard for Lost Children by Katrina Monroe.
Okay.
It's on my TBR, and it's been sitting there for a minute because I read her other book called They Drown Our Daughters, and it had a lot of like generational mother-daughter relationship stuff going on. And I liked that a lot. So I wanted to read this one from her, but it opens with like a kind of graphic like birth scene and like the mom thinking that something's wrong with her baby. Anyways, I picked it up and I was like, this is super cool. I'm not in the headspace right now, so I'm going to come back to this. But I'm seeing that some of the people I know from YouTube have given it like 5 stars recently.
Okay.
And until recently, I hadn't heard anybody really like talk about it. So that might be something.
Yeah.
But I know that author does motherhood stuff because I read her before and I liked it. So
work. Trina Monroe. Okay. Speaking of 5 stars, I know you haven't finished it. You've barely just begun, Alea, but where are you sitting right now?
I think I'm sitting at like a 4.5.
Okay, heard.
I really like it, but I don't know if it has that 5-star feeling yet.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
Yeah, it wasn't until about 50% where I was like, and I'm into it, and I'm invested.
Yeah, it definitely kicks off once the kid's actually there. Like, I do think the pregnancy portion is the weaker portion of the book.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that I think I like the prose better in the pregnancy portion. I don't know. I feel like that happens a lot when like plot kicks off, like the flowery shit really starts to go by the wayside.
Oh,
which makes sense, but it's kind of a bummer. I love flowery shit.
Here's the basic prose, so that you can understand what's going on better.
Yeah.
So that you don't misunderstand when I say the eye is gone.
I
really pops off in the last 10%.
I love a Alea, you mentioned that you love a terrible mother-in-law. And I don't think I'd ever really considered that. But the more, like, after you said that, I was reading the book and I was like, damn, I do love a terrible mother-in-law.
Yeah.
I think that's so fun.
I feel like a lot of times you see married people, but you don't see, like, the in-laws. Does that make sense? You don't see, like, the extended family in-law relationship thing happening. It's always just, like, the spouse's domestic whatever. It's like, give me the in-laws. Give me the extended family stuff that's, like, weird. I need it. So, but it's never going to be like the focus of a book. Again, it's like something I want to see, want to read. I don't know how to find it. If it's, it's always going to be a side element to whatever's really happening.
Yeah, the only book that I was thinking of was the Evola. And I was like, it's not really extended family. And you're really only with them for like that shorter period of time. That's the only book that's like family drama.
Right.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't know if I could. The kids book Just Ella, that I believe is by Margaret Peterson Haddix, is like a Cinderella retelling that I think kind of goes more into like her relationship with the prince's family that in a way that I find fun. But that's literally the only one that I can think of.
I truly, for the longest time, was like, you meant to say Ella Enchanted.
Nah, brother. Ella Enchanted has nothing to do with extended family, basically.
No.
But it's my favorite book, so.
I was just thinking, I think I've seen the extended family stuff more in like historical romances.
Oh, that tracks. That does make sense.
But I don't know that it's necessarily that same vibe of Chouette, of like you're going to the in-laws' house. It's more like we're at court or whatever, and his mom is there, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Isabel Conyas is like almost there. Like I think if she wanted to, she could really write like the family, extended family drama, and it would still be like crucial to the plot while something else is totally going on.
Right. She did have that a little in Vampires of El Norte with the main girl's like parents being shitty to the guy she was with.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
I think it's also nice to have in Chouette, like, because I feel like so many books that do have like a shitty like in-law situation either are like hi Daphne, either are the full like we're no contact because my mom's crazy and I'm not letting my wife around that, or they're like he's completely apologetic for everything she does, like, and the issue becomes the marital tension because he won't stop agreeing with his crazy mother-in-law. And I like that this one was kind of like, yeah, they go over and see him a few times a year and like she's just kind of there.
I do love man who sucks and is siding with his mom, and it's like, ooh, you're that type.
Yeah.
Hate him, but love to read it.
It was so messed up when the mom was like, yeah, I've been telling him for years that like you're not a good mom and why wouldn't he pick somebody else? You've been telling him for years?
Yeah.
Girl, what? That's so whack. What do you mean?
I can't imagine the gall to say that to somebody who my child chose to marry. Like,
yeah, when you know she's pregnant too. Really? That's what you're gonna say? To
Yeah.
her too when she's pregnant? That's so messed up, man.
Yeah, families can be wild sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, just don't say things. Don't talk.
That's an inside thought. It can stay there, you know?
Yeah.
Inside thought.
Also, hi Daphne. We're not reading anymore. We're kind of just chatting.
yeah, we
hanging out.
finished the book. Well, Alea has not finished the book yet, but me and Sam finished the book. We were reading Chouette.
Just yapping.
Yeah.
Just yapping.
But hey, full circle. We always bring it back. We'll get lost for a couple hours, but we'll come back.
These things are true. Okay, I kind of want to text you guys a picture of the cat that I was looking at.
Please, I would love to see Baby Yoda.
This is unrelated. This is not going to circle back, but
No, I need to see Baby Yoda.
she's so cute, bro. She's so funny. She's got a total resting bitch face, and I can't get over her. Makes me laugh.
I
Okay,
love
I'm
a cat
sending
with
the
most
pics.
bitch face.
I'm ready for
She's
this
so
cat.
cute.
Oh,
Isn't she cute?
Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, those eyes and the little
I
nose.
love her.
She's
Oh, she's
tender.
evil. She's plotting and scheming. She loves fraud. I
She
love
would
her.
never.
I
She's so
support
She's a
women's
baby
wrongs.
angel.
dude.
Oh my god.
That's what she did when
That's-
we introduced her to Nellie. Nellie hissed at her and she said, "You can be pressed, honey. I don't care." And climbed on top of her carrier and just sat there and purred. And Nellie was like, "Bro, I don't know what to do with that." It was so
The
funny.
power move, to be honest.
Oh, such a power
Well,
move.
and
Nellie was
truly,
like,
Beautiful.
They're best friends. You can't tell me otherwise. These are
they're
best
cute.
friends.
They're cute. Oh, it's
Oh
funny.
my gosh.
Sisterhood. We love it.
Oh,
Oh, so good.
She's funny.
She's so cute. You
This is
shouldn't have
just
done this
got
to me.
big eyes.
you've lost me completely. I'm just staring into her eyes.
Right? Bro.
Oh my
You
God,
shouldn't have done
I
this to
love
me.
her.
Right?
You
Oh.
have to. Alea, you have to. It's
Oh
too
my
late
god.
now. We've seen her.
She's cute though, right? Isn't that so
Yeah.
funny?
Cute. Those eyes.
She's funny. She's a
the little
snuggler too.
nose. I love her nose. She would look good in Blake Lively's hat.
Real. Real.
She would eat in Blake Lively's hat. You're so
She
right.
would eat in Blake Lively. You know what? She could piss just to get low and angry. She could do it. I see it for her. She's giving Verity Crawford.
Oh gosh.
Anyways,
See, I think Blake Lively playing Verity would have been more fun. I think that would have been a better casting.
Real and true and correct, and you should say it.
That would have been better. I think it's like Anne Hathaway. I don't like she'll probably be fine.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the same type of level of unhinged we need. Oh,
agreed.
I think that it's a cast of actors who I like, but it's a cast of very mellow actors. Like
Yes.
Dakota Johnson is not exactly known for going apeshit.
yeah. Like 50 Shades of Grey, her acting is quite tame. And that was like a good place to be unhinged and a little
Yeah,
crazy.
she could have gone off.
Yeah.
She chose not to. And I like her. I think she's very good. She's very good in The Peanut Butter Falcon. She's very good in Am I Okay? I think she's delightful. There's a lot I've really enjoyed from her. I'm really excited for the one that she's in with Pedro Pascal and Chris Evans that's coming out soon that I can't remember the name of. But yeah, I don't know. And then like Josh Hartnett is and I mean this with all the love and respect in the world, just kind of like a bran muffin of a man. You know what I mean? Like he's cool.
But
he's fine.
would fit for a good Jeremy. Do I think they need to
But-
ham it up for the movie? Yeah.
But okay, but in that last scene, am I gonna believe that Josh Hartnett, the faculty's Josh Hartnett, M. Night Shyamalan's traps, Josh Hartnett is going off like that? I don't know. I don't know.
That's
I
fair.
also don't
That's
know if
fair.
I'm gonna believe that Dakota Johnson is sitting there staring at him shirtless fixing a dock. I don't know that I believe that Josh Hartnett can fix a dock. I
Yes.
like
thought we
him.
were
I
going
like
in
him.
the-
He's cool. Like this is no shade. I just sometimes you look at a man and you're like, you don't do hard labor. Like that's not.
I thought you were going in
That's
the
fine.
direction of
I
there's
don't.
no way she would be staring at a man, and I was like, well, that's a thing to say. She would never
Okay, I
stare
have a
at
thought.
him.
Also, Anne Hathaway just
Yeah.
pissing on the floor. Not my girl, Anne Hathaway. What?
I hope she does.
Yeah.
Mia Thermopolis, Queen now of Genovia, is gonna piss
Queen
on
of
that floor.
Genovia
And good for
peeing on
her.
the floor in a wheelchair. Girl.
But is she gonna? Like that's the thing.
don't- I feel like-
Are they gonna nerf my girl? Because the far and away the
Yeah.
most enjoyable part of Verity was how insane Verity was. Like I was enjoying it because she was going off the shits. And like, are they gonna just make Anne Hathaway pretty? That's not what I'm here for. I
Also,
want
isn't she supposed to be blonde?
yes.
I can't get
They're
over
both
that
supposed to
either.
be, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're both supposed to be blonde, and instead they're both brunettes. And I'm gonna.
It's all
like to
because
tell
they
them
needed
apart.
Blake Lively and they casted wrong the first time and they said, fuck, we can't use her again.
Blake Lively would have ate. That's not. Wow, you've put this idea in my head, and it's never going away. Blake Lively would have ate that up. She would have been wearing
Way
that
better
big
than
ass
a
hat,
broom.
pissing on the floor. Ooh, it would have been unbelievable.
That actually would go so hard.
It would go
That
crazy.
hat in that scene. Ooh.
Ooh.
Dude,
You
my
could
ass
feel
in
a
the front row of
fortune.
the
Oh.
theater just shoveling popcorn in my face with her in that hat and that wheelchair. Ooh. I could get into
Am I
that.
gonna believe that Anne Hathaway was gnawing on that headboard like a beaver? I think not. I don't see it.
No.
But we have
I
to
don't
see it.
think I do.
We have to see it in the flashbacks.
Are they gonna give Josh Hartnett chartreuse contacts? What about his beautiful chartreuse eyes?
Could you imagine?
I would scream out loud in the movie theater. I would be kicked out. I would be thrown out of the establishment and asked
I would
not
be
to return.
cackling like a witch, bro. Oh my god.
Oh.
Number one thing I do know is I can't get drunk this time though. I was so loud. It was such a mistake to be drunk and it ends with us.
I feel like Verity is the more proper place for that to happen.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
But now that I know that I've already messed it up once, I'm like it can't be the tradition that I'm just drunk watching Colleen Hoover movies. That's too much.
New tradition.
I kind of love
Okay.
it for you though.
Well,
Honestly.
I didn't mean to get drunk.
Colleen
I bought
Hoover
one of
makes
those like
you an
little
alcoholic.
tiny like hand like pre-mixed margaritas or some stupid shit like that. And then I drank it before the movie started and then looked down and was like 26%, huh? And then I was just blasted in this movie theater.
Oh,
Watching
no.
it ends with us. And it was not cool. It was not cute for me. Because I thought it'd be fun to be a little buzzed and watching this movie. I did
yeah.
not intend to be like drunk in the theater.
That
No,
honestly, that's very Richie coded to just do a thing and be like, 26%, huh? That's super interesting.
Yeah.
Too late.
Well, I mean, it was down the hatch, so like I
yeah,
can't
you're in
undrink
it.
I was like, I guess I'm just here now.
Oh, good.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
it was too much.
Oh my god.
I did go and see Sinners in theaters recently though, and that fucking went off. It was so
Yeah.
good.
I've heard great
Sinners
things.
was so good. And I missed watching good movies in theaters. It's been like actually a really I mean, I guess I saw Nosferatu, that was pretty good, but like I just feel like I haven't watched like a banger in theaters for a really long time. And then I saw
Like,
Sinners
it is
and I was like,
truly
no,
the
I'm good
last
now.
time I've been to a theater. It's been since November. I have
Ooh.
not gone to a theater since.
Whew.
So,
I went and saw I decided on one of my days off last winter that I was gonna go just do a double feature of whatever they happen to be playing at like a movie theater that's like kind of by my house but not really. And I went and I saw Saltburn and The Holdovers. And The Holdovers is like a charming 70s Christmas movie that like made me cry and was very good. And Saltburn, I was alone in the theater. I'm the only person in the theater watching Saltburn at like 10 in the morning on a Tuesday.
oh wow.
And it was guys. It
That
was too
is-
much.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I called my friend halfway through because I was like, I simply can't be alone watching this. I'm sorry. I know I'm in the movie theater right now, but you need to get on FaceTime with me and watch Saltburn through my phone screen because I'm freaking out. So we did that.
Fun.
It was a good time. But can't honestly, Alea, we should watch Saltburn. Have you seen Saltburn?
I have not. Honestly, okay. Also, I'm moving soon, and we should watch some shit. Because you know what I miss is watching Fuckboy Island or whatever that shit is called with you and just screaming at the TV. I need that.
Yeah, no, I'm
I
ready.
need it.
Once we're in the same time zone, it's game over for everybody else. And
Yeah.
Sam, you're just gonna have to be sleep deprived. I'm sorry. I don't.
Hey, I'm so
Yeah.
chill with that. I'm technically behind you guys, so like that's just early
Heard.
for me.
Mhm.
Like it's just
Yeah.
easy.
Listen, yeah, what we watched Promising Young Woman together. That one was crazy.
It was crazy.
Saltburn's directed by the same lady who did Promising Young Woman. And
I
now
had a
she's doing another movie that I'm so angry about. I'm actually livid, and I'm doubly livid because I was like, she was prepped and ready to be one of my favorite directors, and now she is doing just simply the most abysmal adaptation of Wuthering Heights that a person could possibly do, and I'm
Really?
so mad.
How do you
Promising Young Woman was so good. I don't know how you could fumble after that.
How, dude, Saltburn was like stupid. Let's be clear, Saltburn is dumb, but it's so fun, and
It's also like pretty.
It's so vibey and like
Yes.
she straight up said in an interview, she was like, I made this movie for the Tumblr girlies, and you can tell. But I am a
That's
Tumblr
fitting.
girly, so I loved it. I ate it up. I was so happy about it.
Yeah,
And then yeah, she's doing Wuthering Heights, and
Why?
Margot Robbie is playing Catherine, and Jacob Elordi is playing Heathcliff, and I'm gonna
So it's Wuthering Heights for Gen Z. Dumb
Okay,
down.
but here's the
easy.
Why do we need that?
here's the tea, here's the sauce, here's the real deal. Like, I just need everybody to be so clear on the fact that Heathcliff isn't white. Like, I need everybody to like really sit down and just like hear me that Heathcliff is not white, and that's like a major part of the book, and like a main theme in the book is like the racism that he deals with, and that's part of the reason why Catherine can't be with him. And I think Jacob Elordi is a fine actor, but you know what he is white, and I don't want him there. And they cast a fucking Indian man as the main racist villain, and I was like, so you do know him then? So you know people who aren't white, and you like, I'm furious about this.
Yeah,
I'm
weird choice.
furious about this movie.
Now carry that energy back into books. A bunch of Harry Potter fanfic is getting traditionally published for like romantasy books. There's Rose in Chains or something like that, and then there's another one that's like a stupid long title. The Rose in Chain is a slave master romance set. It's a Draco
In
Malfoy
2025?
Hermione. Yeah, it's a Draco Malfoy Hermione fanfic, traditionally published, so it's not canon, like it's not a fanfic anymore technically. And it's a slave master romance, and Hermione, who is white, on all of the covers for the special editions is ambiguously tawny brown now. That's making me mad. It's making me so mad.
So they
So
said, let's
Illumicrate
take
did one,
all
and
the
Fairy Loot
problematic
did
stuff
one.
and just...
Yeah.
And then...
And everyone got so mad because Firebird was a Fairy Loot special edition. And everyone's like, how dare you give us a dark romantasy and not tell us that it's a slave master romance set in ancient Roman times? Like, how dare you do this? And I'm like, if y'all don't show up for Hermione changing race for a slave master fanfic romance being traditionally published, I'm gonna be livid. Beautiful art. It's just weird.
Yeah. And it's called Rose in Chains.
Yeah, Rose in Chains, and the other one is
I
the
can't
longest
with
title
that.
Yeah, and the Fairy Loot is doing a special edition for it.
Why?
In June, and their
In
theme
Pride
is,
Month?
Yeah, and the theme
Really?
is Shackle Obsessed.
Whoa. Okay, is it by Julie Soto?
Yes.
I'm surprised at that, because
Yeah,
I've heard
this
other
is her
people say that they
romantasy
really like
debut.
her first 2 books.
Yeah. This is her romantasy debut,
Really?
but it's also like her fanfic now being published.
That's her fanfic opening.
No.
Wow. Okay, curveball.
And that's
Interesting.
supposed to be Hermione?
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's
It
a
is
Well-
too
trilogy?
ambiguous.
Well, I hate that.
And then, oh fuck, what's the Illumicrate one?
Why is Fairy Loot picking that up?
Yeah.
That's an interesting decision for a company to do that.
Okay, and the other one is the irresistible urge to fall in love with your enemy. And she's just straight brown. Like, you can't tell me anything else. This is by Bridget Knightley.
Okay.
So that one is also a...
Is this
Yep,
one? Yeah, is this
Hermione.
one a slave master romance too?
I don't think it's quite slave master romance, but it is a Hermione fanfic. And
A healer and
still,
an assassin.
Yeah, and I think it's still like set after, like most Hermione fanfics seem to be set after the war that happens or whatever, because Manacled is really popular and that's getting traditionally published, so now everybody else is doing it. And I know Roses in Chains, literally he buys her. So it's just kind of a lot. It's not being talked about enough, and it makes me really mad.
What's I'm kink shaming right now. What's up with Dramini? Can we stop that? I mean, listen, I'm gonna keep it real as a trans person. Can we shut up about Harry Potter in general? But like, if we're gonna,
my favorite thing is the book subscription boxes being like, because we don't agree with J.K. Rowling's views anymore, we're no longer going to make Harry Potter fandom related merch. Like, we're cutting ties. We don't want to license anything. We're done.
But then
and now they're doing special editions for fan fiction from Harry Potter. And I know that's not technically licensed, but I know, there's 3 that are coming out. 2 decided not to be licensed, but the publisher is promoting it with like Dramini as like the name and stuff, which I feel like could open for lawsuits. And I don't think it's against Rowling to do that. And I think there's a third fanfic that decided to stay like licensed, basically. They're going to change some things, but I think they're paying to have like Harry Potter licensing. So we're just like going 180 from where we were a few years ago, as this woman just gets worse and worse.
Remember back in the day when Anne Rice used to like send the fucking SWAT team out to kill you if you mentioned Lestat? Could we go back to that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did we ever figure out, by the way, if Red, White, and Royal Blue is actually a fan fiction about Andrew Garfield and Jesse Eisenberg, or is that like just made up? Because like I'm gonna choose to believe it either way because that's so funny. But like, did we ever learn if that's true?
No idea.
It absolutely is, says Reddit. This book wasn't originally Merthyr fanfic on AO3, and the author sure got all the tropes from it.
Whoa. Merthyr fanfic?
But apparently that's what one Reddit person said.
Okay, because I've never heard that. I've heard that it was RPF about the 2 guys from The Social Network.
Oh, yeah, because this is so for funny. The Merlin BBC Reddit page, so.
Yeah. Huh. Okay, work. I just, if you're going to traditionally publish your fanfic, I actually don't really care. Like, go off, get your bag, but I don't want to know.
Yeah. That's my thing with it. I didn't love the love hypothesis because I knew it was Kylo Ren, and so his name was Adam, and all you could do is picture Adam Driver, and I was like, this is too much, too similar, too close. But I think when you're jumping genres, so if like for Ali Hazelwood taking a sci-fi and just making it contemporary, if you give me enough distance from what the actors look like, I have no issue with it. It's just when you're like, this is the actor, not even the character anymore, then I'm like, I don't need it. But yeah, knowing is weird. But if it's a Harry Potter one, I do want to know, so I don't read it.
Fair.
But I'm also not like a big fandom person. So I also have like the Hurricane Wars, which was also apparently Raylo fanfic, but that's sci-fi. So we'll see how it goes. Nervous about it.
Raylo, Real is an interesting one to me because that pairing was I don't think it's the devil, but it just was never all that compelling to me. And so the absolute chokehold it has on so many people is just a little baffling to me. Because I watched
Yeah,
those movies, like I saw them,
See, I
and
didn't
I don't
finish
think I
them.
walked away from them being like, yeah, those two cousins should smooch more. I think I
I
was
think
good
people
on
just
that.
like Adam Driver.
Well,
if
good
we're
for
being
them. I
honest.
mean, go off.
I think
He
he's
did
like the new
the
Keanu
thing in
Reeves
Marriage
for them.
Story where he's like, every day I wake up and I wish you were dead, and that's funny.
Yeah. I don't really get fandom. I know that I used to be in fandom culture, so it's like hypocritical of me, but I don't get it anymore. Like I don't have like strong connection and ties to anything to that degree, and it could just be the mental health of me being like, I just don't simply have enough love to give to things anymore, fictional or otherwise. But I just don't get fandoms anymore. And so
Yeah.
even if I wanted to read fanfic, I'm like, there's nobody I care enough about to jump into. And the One Direction stuff I
was
think
a
was too deep
Destiel
end.
girly back in the day, so I did my time. But I do
You know,
think
I
that
read
like
after when it was being published. I've done my dues.
you read Go
In
off,
middle
word.
school, my sister and I would
Well-
sit on opposite ends of the bed, and we were reading after chapter by chapter when they were published on Tumblr. That's how deep I was in. So
Whoa.
I was starving. It was great.
Listen. Yeah, I don't know. I was not also a Wattpad person, but I do really love a Wattpad movie.
Yes. I was a
That's
Wattpad girl.
honestly, stop traditionally publishing your fan fictions and instead just make them into terrible BuzzFeed produced movies that I can watch, please.
Yeah. Honestly, I think Wattpad is doing great things.
Yeah.
I think that they've made, ever since being like, you have to have memberships and blah, 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 then the platform's kind of gone downhill, but capitalism will do that to a thing. I do love just finding the gems, though, there, and then getting turned into the best Netflix movies you could ever ask for.
What if
Peak
I was sold
entertainment.
to One Direction, you know?
What
if I was trapped on an island with Josh Hutcherson of Hunger Games fame? Let's ponder. I love it. I'm here.
Yeah. Good times.
I don't know.
Wish I cared about anything that deeply anymore. Like, I know a lot of people read,
It's
like,
not real.
Fuck. Now that I'm Supernatural, Doctor Who, I know those AO3s are, like, very popular still, but I just, like, did not care enough.
I also think I tended to like a lot of the shows and not really care about the fan fiction. Like, I definitely read Destiel fan fiction when I was like 16. Like, that was all I did. So, you know, that's my truth. But like Sherlock and Doctor Who, I like didn't care.
I feel like fandom culture really works for the teenage girl experience of just being like, nobody gets me, and I have to be embarrassed by every little hobby I could potentially have. And so you latch onto a show, but you're like, I can't talk to anybody about it, so I have to go seek it elsewhere so I can feel like I fit in somewhere. And I feel like as we get older, we kind of just stop needing that as much.
Yeah. I also feel like the lack of forums on the internet, not to get on my high horse about how the internet is terrible and sucks and is awful, but like, it used to be so fun to talk to strangers about things, and now I'm like, not that game anymore. It's just not a good time to talk to a bot for 40 minutes while it calls me slurs that I learned from Elon Musk. Like, I'm kind of good on that.
Yeah. Also, like, chat rooms, I feel like those died a while ago. Ever since Tumblr died, really, I just stopped needing that the same way. And now it's like, okay, we can be mutual friends on Instagram and talk about books. Or if something crazy happens, but other than that, it's fine.
Yeah. This is true. Okay, I want to talk about books some more because I've been digging in the trenches for some 2025 releases, bro.
Okay.
And I'm pretty excited.
I have 73 on my anticipated releases list.
Dude, I'm looking at the 2025 lineup like, damn, I can't be sad at all this year with all these good books that are coming out. Okay, Paul Tremblay has a new book coming out. That's his middle grade horror debut. and it's about a creepy kid that his parents bring over for a sleepover. And then he's just in the house and they can't get rid of him.
Stuck
And
with
he's
him?
creepy. It sounds good.
Interesting. Okay.
It's called what's it called? Another by Paul Tremblay. Love the cover. The green is really cool.
I know that there's a nonfiction about horror, and I think it's like Why I Write Horror, Why I Love Horror or something.
Yes.
And I know it's like a bunch of like really popular authors that wrote like essays for it. I'm excited for that.
I'm also really excited for that. I think it looks really cool. Super cool. Also, the author who wrote that other book we read together. Oh my god. About the sister who killed her little sister. You know what I mean.
Such
yeah.
Lovely Skin.
Yes. She has another book coming out, and I don't know if I want to read it or not, but the cover is so sick. It's called The Mean
It's so
Ones.
good.
With this deer with like or girl with the deer antlers coming out of her head.
I do remember this one.
It's pretty cool.
I think it's her adult debut.
It still looks like it could be YA though.
Oh,
But-
okay.
Like the cover anyways, but
I will say such lovely
Midsommar
skins.
meets the final girl support group in a horror novel about a woman who survived cult killings as a child and is striving to be normal.
yeah.
Okay, heard.
Also,
Guys,
oh
I
my
don't remember
God.
what I gave Such Lovely Skin in that video, but I think the longer I sit on it, the more I'm like, was that a 2.5?
Dude, yeah, I agree with that.
I still look back on that book so fondly. I love that book. Low rated, but I love that thing. That was so fun.
Also, Brynne Weaver, who wrote Butcher and Blackbird, has a new one coming out. It's like the start of a new series. And I'm so excited for that.
I need to read that. Whoa,
Same.
whoa, chill out. Nat Cassidy dropped a novella last year and I didn't know about it.
Wait, what's it called?
Rest Stop. Dude, this is sick.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Dude.
You haven't heard about that?
No.
Dude, I need
I
to
don't
read
hear
that.
about nothing.
I think it's cosmic horror. But yeah, it's short about just, the shit that happens at a rest stop. I've heard
I need to read that really bad.
I think pretty good things overall.
Me too. Me too. Okay, also I found another one that's also cosmic horror that I'm super excited about. It's called My Name Isn't Paul. It's about like a alien guy who's on Earth and then he can't hide that he's not an alien anymore or something like that.
The Drew Huff one?
Yeah. It's a novella, I think.
Fun cover.
Yes, very. I think that's going to be dope too. I love cosmic horror. That's like a new thing that I'm getting into.
Have you read T. Kingfisher's horror?
I read whatever that novella one is. The first one.
What Moves the Dead?
I read What Moves the Dead. I read The Hollow Places and DNF'd it originally, but that was a while ago.
Hollow Places is cosmic and people really enjoy it. If you like her humor, it could work for you. I
think
don't
it
like
was-
T. Kingfisher's humor, but
yeah.
that's like a really popular cosmic. Also,
Yeah.
hey, we're not actually reading or sprinting. We're just talking about book releases. So welcome.
Yes.
What is this? I just looked up cosmic horror and y'all heard of Dirty Heads by Aaron Dries?
No.
Oh.
Let me
This
look.
cover whips, dude.
What?
That's
What is
sick.
that? That's crazy.
I love this.
That
Also,
looks
that
really
just looks
good.
like me.
That looks very cool.
Hey, that could be your Halloween costume if you get really good at like prosthetics.
Real.
That's wild. Obsessed with that. Richie
Isn't
always
the
makes me-
horror cosmic too?
Is it?
Or did I make
Yeah,
that
I
up?
think you could argue that.
Hmm.
God, I love the horror. We are reading that at some point together.
I'm down.
Dude, yes.
I will be forcing that upon you guys.
He has another one that I want to read that I found recently. It's something about summer. It's like Summer Monsters or something like that. By that same author. probably saying that wrong. But...
Summer.
Oh yeah, it's Summer of Monsters by David Sodergren.
Okay. I've only read the horror, but I've heard good things about Rotten Tommy.
Okay. Now we're just adding shit to our TBRs.
I know, now it gets dangerous.
Sam, you were talking about the essays of like horror writers and stuff. Have you read It Came from the Closet?
Oh my god, yeah.
I love that one. Have you read, and I'm almost positive you haven't because I'm pretty sure it was like a textbook just released where we live, but have you read the book White Terror?
No.
It's I would definitely say more academic than like a collection of essays, but it's this guy Russell Mafe, who's a sweetheart, wrote a book that was talking about how a lot of people say that horror movies are like the collective fears of society, and his argument is like, no, it's the collective fear of middle class white suburban society. And it talks about how like that like changed and morphed from Obama being elected to Trump being elected. And
yeah, I was trying to find that on Goodreads, and I ended up finding White Terror, the Ku Klux Klan conspiracy, and Southern Reconstruction. I was like, this doesn't feel like what you would recommend me. That seems
like weird.
So wild.
That was a left field one.
Alea, what else are you excited for this year?
What else am I excited for? There's this other one. God, how do you say this? I think it's called Herculean by Grace Byron. And it's gay, and the cover's cool. And that's the tea.
ML Rio's new book is coming out this year, and the cover is fine. I'm so sad about it. It's so upsetting.
Because I didn't read Graveyard Shift.
Me either. I need to.
I don't think you're really missing out. I think
that's the problem, is everybody said that, but I liked If We Were Villains so much, and it's such a bummer. Like I don't want a sophomore
Hey, I gave
slump.
it 4 stars. I gave it 4 stars. So
okay.
You just have to be. You just really need something that is about the characters and not the plot, because the plot starts when the book ends. Like you don't see it. It's leading up to what's going to happen in the future. We don't get to see that though. It's just the characters coming together and like the very start of what you could say is an investigation, kind of. But it's just about them and their lives.
I got another one for you that could be a banger. It's called Slashed Beauties. And it's horror, and it's about, I think it's a dual timeline, but one of the timelines is about these statues of women who come alive and like kill men in the middle of the night. And I was like, that sounds
dope.
I've heard.
I was like, yeah, okay. You had me at the statues killed the men. Okay.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Gothic feminist body horror in 2 timelines. Okay. I will say you guys should read the Caitlin Starling's The Starving Saints, just so that I can talk about it with you guys.
I want to. Isn't there cannibalism in that?
Yes.
Okay.
It is kind of like people always say that it's like a fever dream and like an acid trip, and I won't say that's wrong, but I will say that it doesn't get quite as weird as maybe we would have hoped. But it is still good. It's very hazy and medieval and gross, and I did enjoy it for the most part. But it was slow. Like nothing happens for the first 40%. Like it's just characters and getting to know like the situation they're in.
I rock with that though.
Yeah.
Y'all heard about Hazelthorn?
I have the arc of that.
You have the arc?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Very excited. Also,
Murder
my favorite
and
author.
Botanical body horror, perfect for fans of Andrew Joseph White and We Have Always Lived in the Castle. And I like the author's book before this. Okay.
Yeah.
Bird, brother.
And I think the author's working on her adult debut as well for next year.
Okay.
Which I'm excited about. But yeah, I have the arc, so I'll let you know if it's as good as it should be.
Does the arc have the cool cover that I'm staring at right now?
Uh-huh. Isn't that dope?
That's sick.
So good. Not that it's related to horror necessarily, but Erin A. Craig, my favorite author, has what I think is her adult debut coming out this year. And if NetGalley doesn't give me the arc, I'm gonna have to riot.
Fair and real.
Simply my favorite author ever, and I'll be very sad.
What did you like of hers?
She is the author of House of Salt and Sorrows and the sequel House of Roots and Ruin, and then Small Favors and 13th Child. I think that's all of them, yeah. YA series, I think if you guys were going to read any of her stuff, Small Favors would be the one, because it's similar to the movie The Village. But it's young adult with romance, but it's got beekeeping, and it's just kind of like small town, you can't leave, but then shit gets fucked and this guy shows up, but that what I'd say is like more up your guys' alley than the other ones.
Yeah, I read the first one in that other series, The House of Salt and Sorrows. It was okay. There's parts of it that I liked, and there's parts of it where I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, she does that series is like fairy tale. She likes fairy tale retellings for them all, really. But yeah, she does like fantasy horror with romance, and a lot of people don't like the romance, which is fair.
Mm-hmm.
But the vibes, the like setting and atmosphere of House of Salt and Sorrows is one of my favorites ever. It really reminds me of just like a stormy Oregon coast moment, and I love the setting. And I also like the 12 Dancing Princesses story.
Mm-hmm.
So big fan, but I understand why people don't like it, and it definitely feels like a debut. Like for sure.
Yeah.
I think if you were going to pick anything else up, you might also like The 13th Child, but that one's a lot more fantasy than her other stuff.
Okay.
But it's all about like it's also a retelling of the something death, but her grandfather's grandfather death. Duh, Samantha. So stupid. Yeah, grandfather death, where she's like the 13th child and has special abilities and works with the like god of death to like heal people.
Cool.
Anyways, that's my little soapbox. I just love her as an author. The Buffalo Hunter. Are you guys gonna read that this year? I have the special edition sitting in a box, but I haven't unboxed it yet.
I feel like I want to.
I need to read any Stephen Graham Jones. I have what's the famous one? I have it sitting on my shelf right now. My Heart is a Chainsaw is on my shelf.
I need to read that really bad.
I also need to read The Illegal Indians. I also want to read I Was a Teenage Slasher. Damn. I
Was a Teenage Slasher still to read, and then I still have to read The Buffalo Hunter. How would I recommend? I think everybody likes The Only Good Indians, so that's like a really safe entry point. Mm-hmm. It's not quite as weird as like his shorter stuff. My Heart is a Chainsaw, I really fucked with. It's 400 pages though, and the first 300 is like social commentary and just following a teenage girl and getting to know her in that like slow build up, and the last 100 pages is everything you wanted a slasher book to have and be, and it fucking pops off, and it's so good. But most people don't make it to the 300 page mark because it's so long, right? So you kind of just have to wait it out. But it's trilogy too, so I have to finish it. I've only read the first one. But I do recommend. Let me see what else we got. Got so many good covers. I'm so excited about books this year. I've seen a lot of good reviews for When Devil Sings. I don't know how horror it is, but it's a debut and it's got such a gorgeous cover.
I agree. Sam, one that you might like, I just found out about the other day, is How to Survive a Horror Story by Mallory Arnold. That one sounds fun. I think it's like I don't know if it's more
spell survive.
I don't know if it's more horror or more thriller. but it sounds cool. It's about like this author who dies, and then this group of authors gets invited to his house or whatever for like the reading of his
Yeah.
will, and then I don't know, people start getting killed in the house or something. But I don't know if it's like a scary like haunted house or if it's like a locked room thriller or both.
Yeah,
or
I feel
what.
like it's gonna be more like a slasher mystery, if anything.
It sounds cool though, in this like creepy manner.
Yeah, I'm excited about that one.
Yeah.
There's also this new book, and I don't know how I feel about it quite yet, but it's called Voice Like Hyacinth by Mallory Pearson.
Oh.
And I think I want to read it.
Cover.
5 young women eager for success rely on the unspeakable to make their dreams come true in this chilling novel about martyrdom, ritual, and obsession.
Okay.
Y'all
I know.
read
Cover.
what is it? The oh my god. Fuck. The guy who wrote The Silent Patient wrote that other one that's called like The Martyrs or something.
Or
Yeah.
Alex Michaelides wrote
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The Furies, The Silent Patient, and the stupid one with the bad twist.
Yeah. Okay, well that was gonna be my question, is either of y'all read it, what did you think? So I guess that answers that.
Yeah, I mean if you like Dark Academia, yeah, but the twist is obvious and apparent, and it doesn't have like a good payoff. But I did not necessarily love The Silent Patient, and
I was
usually
just
it's
gonna
like,
say, I'm gonna go on record right now and say I fucking hated The Silent Patient. I thought it was
then
dumb
you
as
might
hell.
love it. Most people that hated The Silent Patient really enjoyed
The Maidens.
the one I can't. Yes.
The Maidens.
I started the audiobook for that and I DNF'd it because it pissed me off like in the first 5 minutes. I was like, I can't listen to this.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of logic to it and isn't great, and the twist is predictable, and so it's a little bit disappointing. I might read The Furies though, still. Maybe, like,
He hasn't put anything out in a minute, has he?
Yeah, the Fury is the last thing. I think it came out last year.
Yeah, January 2024.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ex-movie star and her famous friends whose spontaneous trip to a private Greek island is upended by a murder.
3.36, not great.
I just don't think I fuck with this man, and that's fine.
Yeah.
He's not one I like hate. Like if somebody said their favorite author was Alex Michaelides, I wouldn't be like, really? But like, couldn't be me.
Also, speaking of authors like that, who are like, Riley Sager got that new train book coming out in July.
Yep.
Train book.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna
we'll see
read
how
that.
goes. You know I have to read it because it's going to be Kayla's July pick for literally Dead Book Club.
Oh,
so.
you know everybody's going to be reading it for Summerween.
Oh,
obviously.
for sure.
So, I don't know. I like trains. I get bored in the summer.
Yeah.
I feel like
With
I would read
vengeance.
that on like next to the lake while I'm like drinking something, trying not to get sunburned. That's I could.
Wait. This is.
Hi, River.
This seems low-key kind of fun, I'm not gonna lie. I've never read a Riley Sager book.
Oh.
Tea.
I read almost all of them. I think the only one I have not read is Final Girls.
I've read 2. Yes, the stream has gone wild.
We finished the book. So we're just talking about new releases.
Yeah.
And hanging out. And Richie's 6, so the energy is a little bit lower.
Yeah.
We're trying to be like,
yeah, sorry
calm.
I'm dying.
All good, bro.
You hate to see it.
But, where would you start? I don't know. Riley Sager is so up and down. Like, nobody agrees on the order whatsoever. It's just impossible.
Mm-hmm.
I watched. I'll do my best, man. Today was not my day. But you know, I have 2 days off after this, so I'm gonna pack and sleep, and basically that's it. So that's the game plan for my week. So I'll pick up.
I don't think packing really helps with the whole like resting thing, but like that's
it doesn't help with the resting thing, but it does help with the tremendous amount of anxiety that I have that I'm moving in 3 weeks.
Yeah, the stress will go down.
Yeah. So I think
then your
probably
immune
help.
system will get better. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Also, you need to text me what suburb you're moving to.
Wish I knew, brother. Wish I had a place on lock. That'd be really cool if I knew where I was fucking living next month. But
Dude, that's a
oh,
mood.
man.
I'm not gonna know either. I told my husband he needs to find me a house to rent. We'll see how
Yeah,
that goes. He goes, "Yeah, I'll call him next week." I was like, "Please do."
yeah. I would love to not be houseless in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So we're keeping our fingers crossed for that.
Okay, well,
Cool.
if you need to pack up and move to Oregon, I got a guest room. Like, I
Pop
own a
it.
house. I can help.
Us and all our
Except that you don't-
cats.
Not be anywhere close to where you are.
Yeah, no, it'll. I don't know. We'll figure something out. I'm definitely like in panic mode, but like I'm
Don't have the
keeping
energy
that
to
on lock
panic.
because it's not really gonna do a whole lot for me. I'm like, I need to just keep going and figure it out. So,
Mhm.
you know, ain't it the way? But in the
For sure.
meantime,
But
I
in
just
the
got to
meantime,
read
have you guys
Chouette,
seen
so I'm
the
chilling.
Vampires at Sea? Although I will say the reviews don't look good. It's not out yet. 3.21 for release in October, but the cover is so fire.
Wait, what book is this?
Vampires at Sea.
That is a title.
It is a title, and it's a cool cover. But the review is apparently not
Oh,
great.
yeah.
Oh, yo. A smutty, super queer horror comedy?
I just feel like maybe the NetGalley reviewers just like didn't know what they were getting into, and like maybe it wasn't the right book for them. But like,
Yeah.
might be great. Also, not super what we normally read, but Boys with Sharp Teeth, Dark Academia.
Yep.
I love the cover so much. So
Can
excited
I
about it.
can I just say for Vampires at Sea, some people that I follow are saying they didn't like it because the characters are unlikable.
I can't stand when people feel that way.
Okay.
Like, okay.
Anyway.
Bad reasoning, but sure. It's fine if they're unlikable if you still care about the story.
Right.
But if they're unlikable and you don't care, then I understand the issues.
Mhm. Oh, I see that.
Baby. Oh my god, Return of the Queen.
Maisie. Our gal. Yeah, how the girls doing with this packing situation?
Not loving it, but
Perf.
you know, ain't it the way?
Are you guys looking for something like near where you are now?
Kind
no?
of. I want to stay in the same area. My sister doesn't, and so we're at this point we're just kind of throwing fucking spaghetti at the wall. The real important thing is that we need 2 bedrooms.
Yes.
So that's really the focus. And I get to call that I have a friend who his wife runs a property company, and so I get to call them. Probably not tomorrow because it's Memorial Day, but the day after tomorrow, and be like, "Can I please have a house?" And we'll see what they'll do. So
I hope you ask exactly like that too.
I probably will at this point. I'll be like, JR sent me. Can I please? Your husband likes me. I make his coffee every day. Can you please?
That's all you need.
Honestly.
That's kind of ironic,
It's all about who you know.
That's true.
Alea, do you still read YA?
I do. You know, that's a great question. I do. I feel like I've been coming back around to it recently. But like, what's the last YA I gave a 5-star to? Couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
Gun to my head,
That's
couldn't
fair.
tell you. But I will.
Yeah, see, I
I'll
haven't
take
been giving
it
anything
until I
much
like
to
it.
So, but if you want like a really easy, fun time series, have you read The Naturals by Jennifer Lynn Barnes?
No, I have not.
Is Jennifer
It
Lynn
might
Barnes
be-
the one who did the Inheritance games?
Yes, this is her series before that,
Oh,
and it's
okay.
like teenage criminal minds. So
Cool.
it's like a little group of kids that are like, nabbed by the FBI to be like, hey, you guys have special skills from your trauma. Let's make a force, and you guys can work on cold cases and solve them, and we'll hone in your skills to make you agents. And then, of course, the traumas of all these kids is actually like irrelevant. It's like super relevant to current ongoing cases, and so they get into shenanigans, and there's a love triangle, and it's just like so unridiculous. No, I can't talk anymore. It's ridiculous and unserious, and I've been having so much fun with the series. Like, I've just blown through the first 3. It's just like a good palate cleanser, silly fun time.
Bob, I feel like if the FBI was like, come use your skills, I'd be like, isn't that what you boys get paid for? That sounds like a whole lot on my job, King. But that's me personally. Maybe I'm not the gifted audience that they were, talking to, but
I do need to ask right now, have y'all read We Were Liars?
No,
but I did think about it for a video. Because I saw somebody made a video essay where they were like, this book thinks you're stupid, and it's like an hour and a half long. And I was like,
Hey, I'm going to keep it so real. That book thinks you're dumb as hell. And I didn't like it. But actually, the reason why I asked is because when I was a teenager, E. Lockhart, who wrote We Were Liars, wrote a quadrilogy, I guess, that was like some of my favorite books I'd ever read. I haven't read them since high school. They're all completely out of print now. Can't find them anywhere.
Wow.
Which is deeply disappointing because now her legacy is going to be We Were Liars instead of this series of books that is about like, it's just realistic fiction. It's not like a crime thriller or anything. It's about like a girl who like starts having panic attacks. And so she starts going to therapy. And then her therapist tells her to write a list of every boy who she felt like she had like an important relationship with. And she does. And then somebody finds it and thinks it's a list of guys she slept with. And so it's about like her social life completely falling apart as she's trying to like deal with her anxiety. And I loved them. And I thought they were so fun. And nobody's ever heard of them.
Yeah, no. But
We Were Liars sure to pop off on TikTok, huh?
Yeah, and that's your legacy. It's kind of hard.
It's rough.
I'm so obsessed with Maisie, bro. She's so cute. What a peach.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. She screamed. She didn't like what I just did.
She's so cute.
Do you want to say hey to the camera?
How's Eleanor doing? Cutie. She and Eleanor still beefing?
Oh, yeah. Always. Always. She has taken to just swinging on Eleanor. She's finally fighting back, which is extremely funny. But she did like get Eleanor the other day, and it was rough.
Damn.
Which she didn't mean to. She reached out to bat at her as Eleanor was running away, and then her claw just kind of got like caught in her.
Oh shit!
But there was blood. It was bad. So we had to separate them for a little bit. Why does she have such little rabbit feet? I don't know what's up with her.
She does.
Okay, I can let you down. I love you so much. You're my favorite thing on earth.
I also love you so much. You're my favorite thing on earth.
She's sitting right next to me. She just didn't want to be held. I see you about to climb on that table, and I'm telling you, that's a bad call, brother.
And that's why my door is shut and the cats have not come in today. I'm like, maybe.
You thought just because I looked away for 1 second, huh? You thought you were slick with it, huh?
She's a little granny and she's still mischievous.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll send you the picture if I can find it at some point of she climbed up on the table and I pulled out my phone and I went, "You're a criminal." And then it's like her just like, and she's like,
awkward-handed. Damn. Well, Richie's probably getting like kind of late where you're at, bro.
It's 8:30 right now.
We've been yapping for over 5 hours. Do you guys know that?
As we do.
I was expecting that a little bit.
Yeah. But I'm getting hungry, bro. Oh my god.
I'll send it to you.
She's classic. I love how half our group chat is like cat pics now.
We have some of the most wild pics.
That's actually factual.
From Krampus to cats to Squishimals to Blake Lively's hat.
So scared these days to scroll up. Actually, you gotta scroll up for a while, brother, before you get to the Krampus dick.
We talk a decent amount.
Yeah.
But
This is
you can
cute.
always delete it out of the chat if you don't want to see it.
No, bro, leave that in.
I do think the jump scare is more fun.
That's
well,
lore.
truly.
That did jump scare the shit out of me, though. Also, I am still thinking about this cat from today.
Okay, one last book that we all need to read together and put on the schedule if you guys haven't read it. Knock Knock Open Wide.
Oh, I need to
It's
read
getting an
that.
audiobook soon, but I really want to read it. And I think that would be a really good, like, buddy read. Maybe on Sprints.
You are so right. It's not even funny. I have the ebook and I haven't read it. And it's queer horror, so that's really a shame.
Yeah.
That I haven't read it yet.
And I've heard only fantastic things. And it's getting, I think, an audiobook in July, but I'll read the ebook with you guys and be slow as heck.
That sounds poppin', actually. Love that. Okay, just so you
This does
know,
seem good.
I'm adding Knock Knock Open Wide, Little Eyes by Samantha Schweblin, and maybe Buffalo Hunter to the ideas of things we might buddy read.
Did we ever land on if we're gonna buddy read Victorian Psycho?
We talked about it, and then I read it, and I said I would read it again.
I was gonna read it soon
Shit, okay.
for a video, I think. I want to listen to the audiobook because I heard somebody say it was good. It's short. It's like...
It's a novella, yeah. It's 4 hours, I think. I listened to the audiobook, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
then
no,
I
I have tabs. So I have, like, just books that we've talked about that we want to read together. And then I have, like, an Alea and Richie section where there's 3 books that I've read that you guys need to read. And then I have a Sam and Richie where it's, like, 2 books or 1 book that Alea already read. And then I've just got, like, Door Smut, Fork Smut, Holiday Smut, and other options. D&D Romance Sprints. And then, like, the actual book clubs stuff.
I love that.
all the things.
Oh,
Love it.
goodness.
Love it. Also, okay, I love the idea of doing like a book recommendations video for deranged hot girls.
Yeah.
Richie mentioned that wording earlier, and I thought it was fierce, and I kind of want to make that just because I think it'd be fun.
Let me see if I can find who the hell was it who did it, so we don't copy the exact wording of the title. Oh, it was Nicole Raffaele. Did books hot and unsettling girls are reading in 2025 a few months ago.
Dude, yeah. Love that.
Listen. Sometimes you just gotta be a little deranged.
Sometimes?
All the time. You gotta be a little deranged.
More often than not.
Heard.
I think it's interesting that she put the wedding people on her list.
I've never heard of that one.
It was pretty popular. It was on a lot of people's favorite of last year. It's contemporary, I believe. It's also one of the finalists for the Book of the Month. Winners for Best of the Year.
I hear everybody say it's good, but that cover is giving live, love, laugh to me. And I think
Yeah.
Real.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's the tea. All right, well, I do need to go eat food.
Fair.
Actually, well and truly.
What are you eating?
Bro, I don't even know. I gotta go raid my mom's fridge. I'm at my parents' house. I don't even know what they got. They got 2 fridges. I can't find a damn thing. I can't find the bread. We don't know where she is. Oh, no.
Austin said that the store did not have any crab. So I'm just having steak, I guess, which is fine.
Wow. When she's mad about eating
Disappointing.
like a really good dinner.
Straight up.
That's really sad for you.
I
I'm
love the
sad
crab cake. It's the best part.
Listen,
Sam's
you're
gonna cry
not
over the crab cake
wrong.
thing.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear my neighbor's kid?
Is that
Bro,
what that is? I was like, your cat sounds kind of funny.
Dude, yeah, I thought your cats were fighting.
No, that's my neighbor's kid having a moment. And you know what? Felt girl.
She's valid. We appreciate her.
She's so real for that. Yeah, I live across the hall from 2 toddlers, and they're adorable, and I love them. And every time they scream, I'm like, same.
Yeah,
You
and
know
every
what?
time
You're
my
so right for
neighbors
that, actually.
scream, and they're much older, but I'm like, please stop. Please go into your house. Please. It's summer. I want my dogs to go outside and not bark at you. Please go inside.
I think if they were in the 9 to 10 age range, I might have a little less patience. But like when it's like a 3-year-old, I'm like, let it out, bro. This is the biggest feeling you've ever had in your life. So like, go off.
Yeah. Share it with us.
That's a mood. Well, it's been real. Thanks for hanging out reading about Owl Baby lit thick today.
The-
That was
How do
pretty
you spell-
poppin'.
The next time you see me, I will be in a different house.
Me too.
Oh my god.
Me not.
I'll be closer to you.
True.
I'll be under your new bed.
I know, you'll be so much further from me now. I don't have plans to visit fucking Idaho until like next March or something.
You should just come out to Minneapolis and we can hang with you there.
Honestly,
'Cause
real.
the book shopping there is unreal, Sam, for real. You would love it.
Yeah, I definitely have
hey.
time and money, and especially money.
Yeah.
And not anxiety at all about traveling alone.
I will say
Yeah.
it is so
I-
nice to be in a place that people want to come visit instead of being like, do you want to come see me in rural Idaho? Like that is a
Yeah.
huge boon
Yeah.
of living here.
That's kind of the
It's
thing with like Eugene. I'm like, okay, well, if you're ever in Portland, I'll just drive up and like
Yeah.
we can hang out. Like it's an easy meeting spot, and a lot of people want to go to Portland for pals.
Yeah. Well,
It's nice because
would love
my
to
3
return
close my 3 close friends are New York. She just moved to Jersey, but basically New York, and then right next to Disneyland, and then right next to Portland. So it's like we're set.
Yeah.
Got a nice little trifecta of where to stay.
poppin'.
Oh.
Well,
Guys,
thank you everybody for
Yeah, you need
hanging
to go
with us.
have soup. Sleep.
Yeah, Richie, get some soup, bro.
I honestly might just go to sleep. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
Or that.
you gotta power
Cold
through.
medicine.
You gotta
Knock
pack.
out.
Yeah, I might just pass out. So next time you see me, I will hopefully not be sick, and I will hopefully have a place to live. So
And we'll
My
all
book-
have thoughts on the book we're gonna read.
true.
Yeah.
But I
which
have to
is-
remember not to pack. I have to remember
You have to leave that one
not
out.
to pack.
The audiobook came in through Libby today, and I was like, no, too soon. You gotta extend that. Give it to me in 2
Mhm.
weeks. But I might buy the book. I don't know. I was holding off for so long. I was like, you don't need it. You don't know if you're gonna love it. But it's an aardvark pick, and I have so many credits with them that I'm just like, why not? I've already spent the money. Might as
Nice.
well get a book.
Mm-hmm.
So
I bought it when we first talked about it so that I would forget that I had spent that money, and then got just like surprised on release day. I was like, oh my god, free books.
How exciting.
With that, and then When the Wolf Comes
Yeah.
Home, because I'd forgotten that I ordered them.
that's my girl math. Well, I pre-ordered it, so it's not really buying a book.
It's free.
Well, it's in a
actually-
special edition book box, so it's not really buying a book.
Yeah. Sometimes you just spend $250 in one day on books, but
Mhm.
like some of them are pre-orders, so it's not real money.
I just spent
Right.
$100 today on dice for everybody's characters.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that sounds about right.
but I feel
I
I was like, you guys aren't gonna do it. The GM's not gonna do it. So I have to buy the dice for everybody, and they have to be nice for each character. I'm excited about them, and they're all D6s. So I'm like, whatever. We're gonna have the coolest D6s you've ever seen in your entire life.
Work. My coworkers all know that I like D&D enough, so for Secret Santa this year I got 2 sets of D&D dice, and they are fucking
Nice.
sick. One of them has skulls in the middle, and the other one is like gay and glittery, and I love them both.
Cool.
Hell yeah! No, my favorite thing is just to sit on Etsy and just like look at people's dice, and I'm like, one day I'll make dice. That's so much fucking work.
Yeah.
So much work. But
All right,
man,
Ellie,
oh
we gotta
man.
let you eat food. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Stop me. Kick me out.
But it's fun. Well, thanks everybody for hanging, and we will see you probably, I think, in early July.
July 6th.
because-
That's what it's looking
I
like.
think.
Because Richie and I are moving. So, anyways,
You're
so we gotta
stuck
move.
with this
we gotta-
background probably
we
forever.
won't have- yeah, we won't
Yeah.
have. I won't have
Say
this
farewell.
the white ceiling from heaven. Thank God.
I mean,
yeah.
I'll still
next
own
time,
this,
I'm gonna
so
get a
you guys will
green
probably see
screen.
that again.
I'm gonna get a
Yeah.
little prop wall to make it look like I've moved.
Yeah.
Just a green screen.
Yeah, we gotta move. We gotta read some books.
Yeah.
But yeah, next time we're doing book club. So that's going to be fun.
And we'll
And then
have
after
Bob
that,
join
we're
us.
doing sprints and reading the reformatory.
Yes, and I
So.
for sure won't forget that. I'm going to put that
For sure.
down.
I already booked the live shows, so you can go in and see.
That's true.
on my
I have
calendar.
all of the notifications on for those because I put it in my calendar for YouTube. I'm like, and this day I'm doing this.
Yeah, I've been trying to book them out early so that I don't forget my own shit because I will. So
Yeah.
It's just
No, I
as
think
much
it's
for everyone
smart.
else as it is for me.
But I'm going to have
Oh my
to,
god.
I'm sorry.
before we go, Richie, should I read the Nickel Boys before or after the reformatory? Not that you've read the reformatory, so you won't know for sure, but based on how we discussed it.
you should read the Nickel Boys, and then we can talk about the Nickel Boys, and then we can compare it to the reformatory.
Yeah,
Perfect. I will do that.
I agree. Well, thanks everybody for hanging. Adios.
Bye.
Bye.
This was fun.